Good morning, guys. How's everyone doing? Looks like bulls are getting a little bit of the push they want to the upside. There's some resistance here around 60.85, um, and then at almost every level from here up to 6100, where there's a massive synthetic short. There are some 6110 bot calls, but I think those are the second part of that leg of the Iron Condor at 61.10.15. And then there's the other leg is down at like 60.60, 60.55. So a little wider, but there is a big synthetic short at 6100, which will probably push gamma down underneath it. I don't really know if that's going to make things particularly bearish, but they could get that way if 60.75 is lost. Todd's back and he's gooning. Yep, hard. Kind of expected that if we were going to open at 60.75 again. Brush my teeth with exfoliating wash. Not a great start. I mean, yeah, that's pretty bad. That's kind of like what charcoal toothpaste does. Selling that Condor are basically free money or too risky. Well, I mean, they think it's free money, but they also got blown up on one leg of it yesterday. I mean, the idea is that you're selling it in the attempts to crush realized volatility. I'm sure a lot of people are mimicking the trade also, but there's a chance it gets blown up. Hold on. No, the day two entries for today. I just haven't closed the other half of it yet. I did close the put side. I think I closed them at 376 each. So above 75, we go test 6100 again, like yesterday. It's a little harder today. There's a lot more upside resistance. So yeah, let me two. I have the 24. The price was give me my cost basis. No, 257. Mm, 273. Haven't figured it out yet. Bears sold a lot of calls, I think. They did. Yeah, you're not wrong. It's a decent amount of sold calls. Pretty much every strike all the way up to 6100. And there's bot puts at those strikes also, which was going to make them fairly strong resistance. And that's 85, 90, 95, and then very, very big resistance at 6100. In the early part of the day here, they might be able to push through them, but it'd be insanely difficult to hold prices in that range for very long. I don't think we have any more data coming up that's particularly pertinent. Trump is speaking at 11 on something. Who the fuck knows? So that could drive a little bit of midday volatility before the tips auction later. I don't want to put on. Make that a little smaller. That works, right? You guys can see that. An IWM call would be a good hedge for SPX puts with a UNIT decision tonight. Mm. Mm. No, I think if Bank of Japan cuts, it still doesn't affect IWM that much. Could you speculate that the condo was put in place to help stabilize the market for a big player to reposition? I think they're actually put there by the MMs. I think the MMs open those condors in order to drive realized vol down because they're overexposed. And they can't bump implied volatility with everybody selling every contract on the tape, so it's easier to crush realized vol. Their book is overly sensitive to increases in implied volatility. Could be someone else. I mean, it's a perfectly viable mean reversion strategy. But when they appear is so predictable that I assume it's just like the MM. Are you expecting tech to pump? A bit. And if BOJ, yeah, BOJ raises. He's dissolving the IRS literally in a vat of acid. Awesome. As someone who hates paying taxes, that's the greatest thing ever. Now, if you could just get more poor people to pay my taxes for me. How did you know that QQQ wasn't going any lower to sell your puts? Oh, you mean how did I perfectly bottom tick the bounce on QQQ? I'm just that good. I don't know. I wasn't even looking at QQQ. I was just looking at support building on SPX, and they were shorting the fuck out of all. So I was like, oh, they're gonna try to push this into all the resistance. Because I understand. I closed it because I understand the ranges we're trading in. But it could still maybe not be a great idea. Like I definitely need QQQ to push up, and it just keeps failing VWAP. Also, the breakdown on QQQ is very likely to like retest. Which I guess we could kind of cover a little bit. But the bullish consolidation broke down a little. Boop. Right there. And so, if it's able to break back up, it should probably retest like, I don't know, 21,972, maybe 21,987. AGL dead? It's gone up for like 7 days straight in a row. I'm not sure a small pullback is gonna kill it. Seems fine. Also, in positive gamma and delta environments, I'm usually pretty quick to cut the put side of straddles, like overnight straddles, because this is the land of the V. Is 80 supportive? Yeah, it is. 75 is just bigger support with more long-term positioning. But 80's got plenty of 0 DTE sold puts. Under 74, delta turns negative. I'm sure they try to just support it here and keep pressuring the synthetic shorts to the upside. If they could squeeze them out, they could drive this up to like 61.10, 61.15. So you think they'd get your call and the money? Maybe. We'll see. But I wasn't going to keep the puts, so they're up 50%. So far, it's been the right call that I sold them. Am I long 70p is a joke to these market participants? Ooh, today could end up being a really rough day for you holding on to those. It's not that like 75 can't break down. It could, but fuck. It's GME Gamma Max. I don't know. Hold on, I'll take a look. For today, not this week. It's at 3166. Hmm. Actually. XRT still on reg show? Hmm. Sorry. Hmm. Yeah, breath is a little weak, but that could be good for attack. Mm, looks kind of bullish. There's a setup for it. There's a lot of 1 DTE gamma. Vol's pretty low. I could see it going to like 30, 50 or something like that. I don't like that XRT's on reg show, but the rest of it looks okay. ARB's kind of picking up towards buy side, so hmm. Delta flips at 76, so getting pretty close to testing it here. Still a few cents left in that upside gap to fill. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think longer term this is starting to look a little bit more bearish, but I think there's a chance that we retest that long-term trend here before failing. So maybe a retest at like 22. 21.9 something through 22 on NQ. Maybe like a lower high. But what do you think about Tom Sosnov's approach to selling 45 DTE, 0.2 delta short straddles on high IV stocks? That's fine. I've tested it. It's okay. I don't know if it's something I'd prefer. I'd, I'm more interested in playing this directionally, but I have information they don't, I guess. So like I'd much rather sell zero point 0.5 delta calls above gamma max. I think my performance as far as probability beats theirs, and the profitability is substantially higher. And if I do it with spreads instead of just selling naked, I mean, the risk is insignificant. Any high V stocks at or close to GM? Shitloads of them. There's like, I know So no, yesterday. Didn't you ask me this yesterday? And I gave you like a bunch? Ooh. Warner Brothers Discovery looking spicy yesterday. DJT already failed. MSTR just got rejected off of Gamma Max. NFE kind of looks like it might push through it. Like that one. NTRA looks like it's going to go up through Gamma Max, or at least test it really soon here. Looks like the IV's okay on that. RDW is way above Gamma Max. Moderna. Almost. It's getting very close. Broke above Gamma Max yesterday, but then fell back below it. Sound. Oracle's above Gamma Max. Although, actually, it closed at Gamma Max yesterday. But if it moves up again today, it could push back above it. Gamma Max is like 186. Don't you have this? Could we go lower than 60.75? Yeah, we could. There's not a lot of support there. There's a shitload of bot pets from the Condor at 60.60. So if we fell under those, things could get pretty fucking bearish really fast. But right now, strong support at 75, 80, 85. 70, 75, 80. 85 is, well, it's, I guess, resistive. A little bit of resistance there. What are the chances of us hitting 6,100 today? We could. It's going to be a grind, but we could. I quit sitting there literally the day before you announced GS beta testing. Ah, nice. Thanks, slot machine. What made QQQ a better overnight straddle than SPX? Nothing. But you guys are poor. Oh God. I quit sitting there. I was sustaining losses and had to take a break from trading. That's fine. It happens. I don't. It's good. It's just bad timing. I was laughing at the timing. I wasn't mocking you. I feel like if you have the cash, SPX straddles are better substantially. These are harder to trade. I'm actually not a big fan of doing like SPY's terrible, but QQQ IWM can be okay. They just you end up in this position a lot, which I'm not a big fan of, which is that you've got to draw down on one of the legs and you weren't quite profitable enough on the other, which forces you to do a lot of like very quick decision making generally right at market open. Also, QQQ is particularly volatile at market open. Yeah, I mean, well, opening flat's not great for any straddle, frankly. Fortunately, they weren't too expensive. But you can still milk some profit out of them. That's why you have the extra days to expiry. It's just a little bit harder to do. GME Head and Shoulders. Oh yeah, I bought GME calls. That's fine. Bit of the buy side arb got blown out there. Just crushing it with XRT. That's annoying. I think it could still run a little. XRT's bearish, still on reg show. Yeah, it's still on reg show. Which we know from the past dodges the audit and opens up nigh unlimited shorting potential. However, like small pops while still on XRT are possible. Looks like it didn't get much action in the overnight. Tested 29. So yeah, they may still back off some of that. As long as it doesn't lose 2750, I think it's probably fine. If it falls below 2750, it's pretty bearish though. A lot of the weekly calls will dump. Jensen didn't get any of the 500 billy, and it's not even 500 billy, it's like 100 billion. And supposedly, according to Musk, there's only 10 billion available. Musk came out right away and just like shot the whole thing in the dick, which is funny. Trump's like $500 billion for AI, and Musk is like, well, we only have 10. Yeah, he doesn't like Altman. I mean, I really don't want to side with Musk on anything ever, but he's probably right. SoftBank's been in not a great spot for quite some time. He'll just AI the rest of the money. Dollar bills with little dicks on them. I mean, the whole statement about the money was like shady as indescript as fuck. But even if they had the 100 billion, they're still 400 billion short of promised. First GME calls, then agreeing with Musk. Who are you? I mean, it depends on who Musk is shitting on. Sam Altman's also like a piece of shit, right? Didn't he like molest his sister or something? Or at least his sister is very vocal about that. Let's be honest, they're all pieces of shit. Yeah, yeah, I know. So far, we've got a geriatric incompetent, an actual Nazi, and one of the biggest grifters in the history of humanity. And they're all fighting each other, which is wildly entertaining. Stay gold, Kirk. Wait, who's who? You know what? Actually, I'm not sure. Oligarchy's only work if billionaires are all on the same page. That's why so many people fall out of windows in Russia. The difference is American billionaires haven't unlocked their powers yet. They're like unevolved Pokemon. They're still fighting for like the love of the people. Russian billionaires are like Russian oligarchs are at a different level. They've realized, oh my god, the rule of law doesn't apply to me. I can fucking kill anyone. When American billionaires realize that, that'll be really bad. Larry Ellison is Squirtle, obviously. Jesus fucking Christ. Is there a lot of levy on that from the carry? Probably because it's a leveraged dollar asset, right? But I mean, all risk assets, BTC included, are probably significantly at risk from Bank of Japan decisions. Maybe fucking Luigi was the first. That was the first step. If it wasn't for his chronic pain and mental illness, I would say he was hired. Yeet the rich. It's more like the rich yeet each other. Eat? Yeet or yeet? So we're saying the BOJ's hike tonight's already priced in. It won't be a big deal. Thoughts? I mean, yields on the UST are significantly higher than they were in the point of the last decision, but they're not that high. So I still think it could drive a lot of volatility. Also, a lot of people aren't factoring in that the rate is going from zero, effectively zero to 0.25 at a minimum. Because right now they've been holding rates and allowing the FX market to kind of do it at once, keeping their baseline fund rate at basically zero. So a hike here is going to push the baseline up, and that's where the risk is, not the top end. The risk can move to the top end really fast, but also Kramer confirmed they unwound the carry, so we should be good. Yeah, back to levels not seen since like the month before they unwound it. I mean, if vol's low, straddles are cheap. You can try to go long yen, but you run the risk that they don't do anything. I do think that the balance of trade last night and foreign stock investment both kind of hint that the BOJ might be forced, but we still need to see the inflation report, which is like 3 hours before the actual decision. Is IBKR a decent broker for long-term investing? I don't keep very many long-term holdings in IBKR. Like I keep some treasuries in there, and it's fine. They're definitely one of the bigger brokers. So, but I still keep most of my long-term shit in like Fidelity or Vanguard, Schwab. Straddle or strangle? I mean, VIX is at like 14. At the money vol's super low. I don't think there's a lot of reasons to have strangles right now. I guess if there's a big enough move, it doesn't matter which one you pick. Trying to start an investing account separate from the losing money trading. Smart. Also, if you make money trading at any point, it's good to have somewhere to roll the money over to. That way you don't scale out of your strategies. I'm pretty sure that the inflation print is at 6:30 p.m. Eastern tonight, and the BOJ interest rate decision is at 10 p.m. Eastern tonight. Sometimes the BOJ decision comes out later, though. It depends on how long they deliberate. So there's not really a fixed time for that. It's just expected at 10 p.m. tonight. IBK also lets you partition accounts, which is helpful. New platform's nice. Yeah. I gotta update. I've been avoiding it. It's gonna be weird to get used to something new. Sad that I didn't reinvest it in some nice stocks. Yeah, I mean, whether depending on how you're trading, whether you're trading intraday or you're like buy and hold temporary positions. Um, if you make money, profits, you generally want to try to avoid. I mean, with buying, like holding in temporary stuff isn't as bad, but if you're a day trader, you generally want to roll your profits off into long-term holdings because you don't want your account size to scale because all of your risk management is, generally built around your account size. And if you have a new strategy that you need to test or a strategy that you want to build to scale more, it's better just to open like a new account and then have like a baseline for that strat. Hmm. Starting to get some more sold puts at 80. So they're starting to more aggressively push the upside. Some of the 85, 90, 95 bot puts are trimming back a little bit. But 85 is still big resistance. Tough. It's going to be tough to push over that. I think if we get 85, we probably get that test at 6,100 though. Buy side ARB's picking up on GME again. Variance is moving more positive. They're still shorting the fuck out of it with XRT though, so be wary that it might not get that long of a breakout if it does get a breakout. I think Q's getting crushed a little bit at 21.9, but they keep pressuring it. It is actually moving a bit today. Nice. Back up to 380. Yeah, not too bad. Is this literally just OPEX? T3? Got a holiday Monday, right? So T2, T3. Interesting. Other memes doing weird shit? What's Upstart doing? Upstart's up like 1%. Hmm. No de-risking. It seems like they know Japan won't hike. That's the sense that I've had for a while, is that they're not behaving in a way that makes me think that they are assuming Japan will hike. And that's a bit concerning because I mean carry leverage today is up to like almost back to 9.2 already, which is fucking nuts. Hmm. I'm not sure why I fight the market or think I know more than the market participants. Cries and dead pits. Hmm. Don't do that. Loose bananas. Dear God. I don't know what Gamma Max is for Reddit tomorrow, but I can tell you what it is for today. It's like 193 and rising. Mm, hmm. Don't cry on my dead pits. I mean, don't have dead pits. I don't know when you bought them, but doesn't it race to the door scenario? So once they're out, they don't care where the rest of the damage falls. True, but the nature of getting out of that position is not one which has a handy escape mechanism. Like there's no race to the door for someone entrenched in that position that doesn't involve them blowing themselves up worse. Isn't the lack of liquidity pushing through sold calls during trading sessions and only gaps overnight kind of indicative that people do fear a rate hike in Japan? I would argue that we haven't really pushed through the sold calls during the trading session. We just pushed through them overnight. It could. It could also just be, a lack of overall bullishness. Like participants are cautious, and thus there's less liquidity, especially during the intraday, to drive things higher. But it does for all intents and purposes look like someone packed on a bunch of leverage and tried to drive the market up as quickly as possible. And maybe a lot of people don't necessarily agree with that. It's easy, Gurk. You go to the carry trade broker and click market sell. Sure. Yeah. I mean, that is an option. No, you don't understand how it works. You don't lose 10%. You lose 110%, and then 150%, and then 300%, and then 1,000%. It's 9x leverage. So for every dollar you fall back, you lose $9.22 or $9.20. And then billions and billions and billions. Yeah. Seems like a distribution pump. SPX looks like one. Starting to fail the gap, and so they try to pump one more time. That's kind of what I'm betting on here. Although those pumps on the backside of distribution don't always fail. So that's something that should probably be considered. Ooh, NQ's getting a little spicy. Okay, yeah, that sounds far worse. Yeah, that's the nature of leverage. They say when your losses are that big, it's the bank's problem. Well, they're also the bank. So, have they not made 9x on the way up? That's has nothing to do with it. No, first of all. The carry trade's more degen than crypto. It's the most degenerate trade ever. It's also like a ubiquitous trade. Almost everyone participates in it to some degree. So it's extremely crowded. I mean, look what happened in August. I don't think I need to really explain more than that. I did a really good write up like a while back on what the leverage losses meant. Maybe someone can find it in Pickles Picks. I can't read. It was a great write up. I can't find it though. I think it was before August. Hmm. Huh. On 11/16? $23? No, not that one. That describes what happens when the carry breaks down. But there's another one where I talk about like how the leverage affects the carry as it breaks down. That one is good though. I mean, we saw a lot of that happen in August. Yeah, there was one where I go a little bit more in depth into explaining like the leverage ratios and how the losses work is their marginable securities start to lose value. That's the experiencing $1 million loss can result in having to post 9 million more in margin. Yeah, that's the one. Did you find it? I can't find it, but I hear it in my sleep and it wakes me up in a cold sweat. You think that 532 call can go in the money, or are you just looking for a better exit? I mean, if it goes in the money, that's awesome. It could, potentially. It's not that big of an increase from here. Especially not after the 50 bip drop overnight. I would need it to go up like... Uh, 36 points. But I would take less than that. The closer I close it back to the price I bought it at, the more money I make. There, I can share the trade so you can watch it if you're trying to understand. So ideally above 31.16, but the higher the better. Was it Russell Investments back when they were in Tacoma in 2008? And the Pumas were calling State Streets, trying to figure out the value of things that nobody wanted. Yeah, shockingly, the market for like 20-year treasuries at 1% is pretty thin. Was that rescuing positions? Probably. Something we don't have to worry about this time? Definitely have to worry about it. Wait, D2H, did you say something? I didn't see what you posted. I think it didn't post. Should I close my call before Trump? Up to you. You blocked the T word? I have no idea. The Puba took lunch, walked over to Tacoma General, and had a heart attack. Boss, I assume. I'm struggling to understand the importance of realized vol versus IV. You've been mentioning in Pickles Picks. Can you break that down? Sure. Realized vol or historic vol is the prior volatility, right? So it's the volatility that's been realized in the market historically. The implied vol is what is being priced in for future volatility. Okay. So, in a situation like right now, where historic volatility is far higher than implied volatility, one would assume that based on the prior 30 days of trading, that IV is too low and options are too cheap. And so, one of two things can happen here. Realized vol can be crushed down to where IV is priced, or IV is priced up to meet realized vol. And on indexes, if IV goes up, index down. I can realize vol be crushed without further crushing IV. Well, IV just would stay flat in that scenario. So, I mean, to crush realized vol, you need the market to open where it closes. You actually don't give a shit what happens in between. The market could go like that, right? As long as it opens or it closes day over day for multiple days, then realized vol will start to come down. IV is really not going to do much in there, right? You know, IV will go down on this move, up on this move, and then back to flat. So what'll usually happen is IV will flatten out, and then realized vol will come down. Now, that doesn't always happen. Very frequently, when realized vol is far higher than current implied vol, it just means that long options are underpriced. People go long options, and the IV goes up. And we can take a look at how that's played out in the past if you want, to give you kind of a like an observational sense of it. So let's go to SPXW. So if we look here, going into August, right, which is a big drop in the market, implied volatility got way higher than realized volatility, right? And then IV came down, kind of stayed pretty flat, right? There's a couple breakouts where it started to get closer to the realized vol or the historic vol. And then, eventually, as the market traded in a very narrow range for a long enough period of time, we start to see, HV30 come down. But as HV30 gets too low, then realized vol goes back up, right? Because then IV's also mispriced. Can you show SPX over that? Uh, yeah, probably. Let's see. Let's go from like the first of the year till now. Here. Do 1 day. Paste. That should give you a decent sense of it. I can make do for now, Nuke. It's not perfectly to scale, but it's pretty close. It's probably more like that. Actually, it's probably more like that. Right. There we go. Is that it? Yeah. AGL is unstoppable. It's kind of kicking ass. Makes sense. Thanks for showing that. No problem. So what you're saying is when green line go up and pink line go down, puts cost same like shares. Jesus Christ. It's just telling you whether future volatility is under or overpriced. It's not that complicated. I think you guys are trying to make it something it's not, maybe. I'm still in packs. I don't know if you are. That's because VIX is generally boofed until the last moment, Bob. Usually all of that breaks down at once. Looks like Bull's got a pretty good handle on this push up. A little bit of resistance at 95. A lot of resistance at 6,100 still. Ooh. Forgot about my cool live correlation divergence chart. Neato. I forgot I made this thing. Aha! There we go. Are the Greeks relevant? Yeah, they're a bit more relevant because the chain as a whole moved up. Retested Gamma Max would be about $5. Gamma picked up, and so did Delta a little bit yesterday. Seems like some of that's being realized today. A breakout at 4 is pretty bullish, up to 5. Yeah. Even a break above 350 was kind of bullish. And Vana actually picks up all the way out to like 6 or 7. So. Looks like RV is already crushed in that chart. No, RV is really high right now. More accurately, historic vol. There is actually a difference. Realized vol is intraday, historic vol is open to close. But historic volatility is at like 15.27 on the 30 day, and IV is at 11.67 on the 30 day. Which means IV is cheap relative to the prior 30 days of trading. Yeah, cat. If you share any tips for trading while sick, just don't. that's usually the best choice. And sometimes I have to, but I try to just go into like management mode when I get sick. What's the best time of day to buy a 1 DCA straddle? End of day or at a particular time when IV is at the lowest? I usually don't base it around like spot IV. I generally try to pick them up when they're at strikes that I think are unlikely to be held. So I try to avoid, specifically on SPX, I try to avoid the aught 25, 50, and 75 levels. And if I can, I try to buy in between those. Or I buy the 25 or 75 levels. Almost never will I straddle 50 or like XXOO. Trump's about to speak. Goody. Should we pull it up?
Dollars in wasteful deficit spending and inflicted nation-wrecking energy restrictions, crippling regulations, and hidden taxes like never before. The result is the worst inflation crisis in modern history and sky-high interest rates for our citizens and even throughout the world. Food prices and the price of almost every other thing known to mankind went through the roof. President Biden totally lost control of what was going on in our country, but in particular with our high inflation economy and at our border. Because of these ruinous policies, total government spending
This is
this
going to
year
be
is
so hard to deal with 4
$1.5
years of
trillion
this.
higher than was projected to occur when I left office just 4 years ago. Likewise, the cost of servicing the debt is more than 230% higher than was projected in 2020. The inflation rate we are inheriting remains 50% higher than the historic target. It was the highest inflation probably in the history of our country. That's why from the moment I took office, I've taken rapid action to reverse each and every one of these radical left policies that created this calamity, in particular with immigration, crime, and inflation. On day one, I signed an executive order directing every member of my cabinet to marshal all powers at their disposal to defeat inflation and reduce the cost of daily life. I imposed a federal hiring freeze, a federal regulation freeze, a foreign aid freeze, and I created the new Department of Government Efficiency. I terminated the ridiculous and incredibly wasteful Green New Deal. I call it the Green New Scam. Withdrew from the one-sided Paris Climate Accord and ended the insane and costly electric vehicle mandate. We're going to let people buy the car they want to buy. I declared a national energy emergency, and it's so important, national energy emergency to unlock the liquid gold under our feet and pave the way for rapid approvals of new energy infrastructure. The United States has the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we're going to use it. Not only will this reduce the cost of virtually all goods and services, it'll make the United States a manufacturing superpower and the world capital of artificial intelligence and crypto. My administration has also begun the largest deregulation campaign in history, far exceeding even the record-setting efforts of my last term. In total, the Biden administration imposed $50,000 in additional regulatory costs on the average American household over the last 4 years. I have promised to eliminate 10 old regulations for every new regulation, which will soon put many thousands of dollars back in the pockets of American families. To further unleash our economy, our majorities in the House and Senate, which we also took along with the presidency, are going to pass the largest tax cut in American history, including massive tax cuts for workers and family, and big tax cuts for domestic producers and manufacturers. And we're working with the Democrats on getting an extension of the original Trump tax cuts, as you probably know, by just reading any paper. My message to every business in the world is very simple. Come make your product in America, and we will give you among the lowest taxes of any nation on earth. We're bringing them down very substantially, even from the original Trump tax cuts. But if you don't make your product in America, which is your prerogative, then very simply you will have to pay a tariff, differing amounts, but a tariff which will direct hundreds of billions of dollars and even trillions of dollars into our treasury to strengthen our economy and pay down debt. Under the Trump administration, there will be no better place on earth to create jobs, build factories, or grow a company than right here in the good old USA. Already, Americans' economic, you can see this, I think, maybe even in your wonderful, wonderful room that you're all gathered together, so many of my friends, but Americans, the economic confidence is soaring like we haven't seen in many, many decades, maybe not at all. Upon my election, it was just announced that small business optimism skyrocketed by 41 points in a single month. That's the highest ever. There's never been anything like that. SoftBank has announced between a $100 and $200 billion investment in the U.S. economy because of the election result. And just 2 days ago, Oracle, SoftBank, and OpenAI announced a $500 billion investment in AI infrastructure. Other companies likewise have announced billions and billions and billions, adding up to trillions. of investment in America, in the United States. And it's also reported today in the papers that Saudi Arabia will be investing at least $600 billion in America. But I'll be asking the Crown Prince, who's a fantastic guy, to round it out to around $1 trillion. I think they'll do that because we've been very good to them. And I'm also going to ask Saudi Arabia and OPEC to bring down the cost of oil. You got to bring it down, which, frankly, I'm surprised they didn't do before the election. That didn't show a lot of love by them not doing it. I was a little surprised by that. If the price came down, the Russia-Ukraine war would end immediately. Right now, the price is high enough that that war will continue. You got to bring down the oil price. You got to end that war. They should have done it long ago. They're very responsible, actually, to a certain extent, for what's taking place. Millions of lives are being lost. With oil prices going down, I'll demand that interest rates drop immediately, and likewise, they should be dropping all over the world. Interest rates should follow us. All over, the progress that you're seeing is happening because of our historic victory in a recent presidential election, one that has become quite well known throughout the world. I think a lot of things are happening to a lot of countries. They say that there's light shining all over the world since the election, and even countries that we aren't particularly friendly with.
It's like listening to Dr. Evil speak.
Because they understand what
Billions.
the future and how great the future will be. Under our leadership, America is back and open for business. And this week, I'm also taking swift action to stop the invasion at our southern border. They allowed people to come in at levels that nobody's ever seen before. It was ridiculous. I decided and declared to do, and very, very importantly, a national emergency on our border. Immediately halted all entry of illegal border crossers, of which there were many, and began promptly returning the illegal trespassers back to the place from which they came. That action, as you've probably seen, has already started very strongly. I've deployed active duty U.S. military and National Guard troops to the border to assist in repelling the invasion. It was really an invasion. We will not allow our territory to be violated. After 4 long years, the United States is strong and sovereign and a beautiful nation once again. It's a strong, sovereign nation. In addition, I'm pleased to report that America is also a free nation once again. On day one, I signed an executive order to stop all government censorship. No longer will our government label the speech of our own citizens as misinformation or disinformation, which are the favorite words of censors and those who wish to stop the free exchange of ideas and, frankly, progress. We have saved free speech in America, and we've saved it strongly. With another historic executive order this week, I also ended the weaponization of law enforcement against the American people and, frankly, against politicians, and restored the fair, equal, and impartial rule of law. My administration has taken action to abolish all discriminatory diversity, equity, and inclusion nonsense. And these are policies that were absolute nonsense throughout the government and the private sector. With the recent yet somewhat unexpected great Supreme Court decision just made, America will once again become a merit-based country. You have to hear that word, merit-based country. And I've made it official, an official policy of the United States, that there are only 2 genders, male and female. And we will have no men participating in women's sports, and transgender operations, which became the rage, will occur very rarely. Finally, as we restore common sense in America, we're moving quickly to bring back strength and peace and stability abroad. I'm also going to ask all NATO nations to increase defense spending to 5% of GDP, which is what it should have been years ago. It was only at 2%, and most nations didn't pay until I came along. I insisted that they pay, and they did, because the United States was really paying the difference at that time, and it was unfair to the United States. But many, many things have been unfair for many years to the United States. Before even taking office, my team negotiated a ceasefire agreement in the Middle East, which wouldn't have happened without us. As I think most of the people in the room know, Earlier this week, the hostages began to return to their families. They are returning, and it's a beautiful sight, and they'll be coming in more and more. They started coming back on Sunday. Our efforts to secure a peace settlement between Russia and Ukraine are now hopefully underway. It's so important to get that done. That is an absolute killing field. Millions of soldiers are being killed. Nobody's seen anything like it since World War II. They're laying dead all over the flat fields. It's a flat field farmland, and there's millions of Russians and millions of Ukrainians. Nobody's seen anything like it since World War II. It's time to end it. And here in America, we have big events coming up. Next year, we have the 250th anniversary of America's founding. I'm so honored to be president during that. That's been a big event. They've been talking about it for 10 years. We also have the World Cup. And I understand Gianni's in the room. Infantino, he was very instrumental in helping us get it. He's there with you someplace, I think. And I want to thank him for that. And then we have the Olympics coming up, which I was instrumental in getting also in my first term. And who would have known that by skipping a term, I would get the Olympics? I was upset. I said, you know, I got the Olympics to come and I won't be president. But it turned out through a stroke of luck, or whatever you might call it, that I'm going to be president during the World Cup and the Olympics and the 250th anniversary. So that's going to be 3 big events. And we've accomplished more in less than 4 days. We have really been working 4 days than other administrations have accomplished in 4 years. And we're just getting started. It's really an amazing thing to see, and the spirit and the light over our country has been incredible. Under the last administration, our nation has suffered greatly, but we're going to bring it back and make it greater, bigger, stronger, better than ever before. I want to thank everybody for being with you. I would have been there myself, except the inauguration was 2 days ago. I thought it might be a little bit quick to make it the first stop, but we'll get there one day. We hope to get there. But I do appreciate, I heard the audience is fantastic, and many of my friends are in the audience, and I will be taking questions now from some very distinguished people. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for that very powerful speech. And I think you could hear the applause all the way from Davos to the White House. But next year it will be even better, because then you can get the applause here in Davos. So we wish you welcome to our village next year. We hope to see you.
Thank you very much.
So we also know, Mr. President, that you open up for interaction here. We have a great panel with some of the most distinguished business people in the world. Let me start with someone that you know really well, that I think is almost a neighbor of you in Florida. Mr. Steve Schwartzman, Chairman, CEO, and co-founder of Blackstone Group. So, Steve, floor is yours.
Well, Mr. President,
Hello, Steve.
I'm sure the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia will be really glad you gave this speech today.
I hope so.
You've had the busiest 4 days.
Is this the guy that makes the
that
assets
anybody
better?
Can imagine, and congratulations for that. My question is about some of the things I've observed here at Davos. It's a terrific forum. I've met lots of people, as usual. I think I've been here 30 years. And a lot of the European business people have expressed enormous frustration with the regulatory regime in the EU, and they attribute slower growth rates here because of numerous factors, but especially because of regulations. And you've taken a completely different approach in this area. And if you could explain the theory of what you're doing, how you're going to do it, and what you expect the outcome to be, I'd appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much. And congratulations, Steve. You're a friend of mine, but on a great career. You have had an amazing career and it continues. I just want to congratulate you. Very inspirational to a lot of people. I want to talk about the EU because you mentioned specifically that I have also had a lot of friends and leaders of countries. I've gotten to know them all my first term and a little bit during this period of 4 years and know them well, like them a lot, but they're very frustrated
What's
because
up,
of
Popcord?
the time everything seems to take to get approved. Environmental impact statements
Hey, I
for
actually had a
things that
question
you
for
shouldn't
you.
even
Do
have
you
to
want to
do that,
start
and
like
many,
a
many
sheet
other
metal
ways it
manufacturing
takes. And I'm
facility
going to give you a quick little example.
so we
In
can
a
get some of
private
this
life, my
government
beautiful
money?
private life, before I had all these things happening, the world is a little different. I had a nice, simple life. You knew that. But when I had that simple life, I did projects, and I had a big project in Ireland, and it had to get approval on something that would have made it even better. And I got the approval from Ireland in a period of a week. And it was
I
a
actually
very, very,
found like 3
very efficient, good
knockouts.
approval. And they informed me, though, the problem is you're going to have to get it from the EU, and we think that'll take 5 to 6 years. And they said, you have to be kidding. And this was before politics. And I said, wait a minute, it's not that important. I don't want to go 5 or 6 years, but it would have been a big investment. It would have been nice, and it would have been good for the project. And I sent the people to the EU to see if they could speed it up. And basically, it was a 5 or 6 year wait just to get a simple approval that Ireland gave me in a period of literally not much more than a week. And I realized right then, that was the first time I really was involved with the EU, but I realized right then that's a problem. And I didn't even bother applying to do it. And, or if I did, I pulled it very quickly. I have to be very accurate because I don't want to be criticized. He did apply, actually. No, I want to be very accurate. So I don't think I did, but if I did, I pulled it very quickly. It was just something you couldn't wait 5 years or 6 years to get an approval. So a lot of, in a very big business sense, a lot of people are claiming that's the problem. From the standpoint of America, the EU treats us very, very unfairly, very badly. They have a large tax that we know about and a VAT tax, and it's a very substantial one. They don't take our essentially don't take our
Whoa,
farm
why
products,
does
and they don't
Trump
take
have
our
our
cars. Yet
QQQ
they sell
straddles
cars
on
to
his
us by the
screen?
millions. They
I
put
need him to
tariffs
talk more
on
about AI
things that
so
we
my
want to
calls
do.
on
Like, for
QQQ can
instance, I
print.
think they actually, in terms of these are non-economic or non-monetary tariffs, and those are very bad, and they make it very difficult to bring products into Europe, and yet they expect to be selling, and they do sell their products in the United States. So we have, hundreds of billions of dollars of deficits with the EU, and nobody's happy with it, and we're going to do something about it, but nobody's happy with it. So I think the EU has to speed up their process. Friends of mine that are in some of the nations within the EU, great people, they want to be able to compete better, and you can't compete when you can't go through the approval process fast. There's no reason why it can't go faster. So, I'm trying to be constructive because I love Europe. I love the countries of Europe, but the process is a very cumbersome one, and they do treat the United States of America very, very unfairly with the VAT taxes and all of the other taxes they impose. One other, just to finish up, I got a call from the head of a major airline, one of the biggest airlines in the world, and he said, "Sir, could you help us? What? Landing in Europe is brutal. They charge us fees for everything, and it's so unfair." I said, "How does it compare to China?" He said, "It's much worse." And the other thing, as you know, they took court cases with Apple, and they supposedly won a case that most people didn't think was much of a case. They won 15 or 16 billion from Apple. They won billions from Google. I think they're after Facebook for billions and billions. These are American companies, whether you like them or not. They're American companies, and they shouldn't be doing that. And that's, as far as I'm concerned, it's a form of taxation. So we have some very big complaints with the EU. Thank
Dr. Evil's Mini-Me put their pickle in my jar $1 billion.
Thank you
But I will
very
ask
much,
for
Mr.
1
President.
trillion,
We'll
and I think
now
they'll do
go
it.
to one of
They
your
are friends, and it's in their
in
interest.
the EU.
I've eliminated all
Patrick
genders
Poyana,
except 2. I've
he's the
eliminated
chairman
all
CEO
misinformation walls,
of
and free
Total
speech will reign
Energies.
supreme.
I guess you
Who
have
needs
a
regulations?
question ready, Patrick,
3.
for the President.
Mr. President, as we understand, energy is at
Jesus
the top of
fucking
your agenda,
Christ.
and it's an honor for me to represent the energy industry tonight. In this panel, Total Energies is indeed the 4th largest oil and gas and electricity company in the world. I will not ask you a question about the oil price. It's quite clear what you expect from us. I will go to gas more. And our company is the largest #1 exporter LNG from the US company. We are a strong contributor to, and we invest in a mammoth LNG projects in Texas, $20 billion. It's far from 200, but it's $20 billion. And we contribute with that to security of supply to Europe, as we export this LNG to Europe. Some experts fear that if there are too many projects developed in the US on LNG, this could have an inflationary impact on the US domestic gas price. And they recommend a pause on these projects. I would ask you the following question: what are your views about such a pause on investments on LNG in the US? What would happen if you would observe an increased domestic gas price because of these exports? And final question, which is important for Europe: would you agree to guarantee security of supplies of US LNG to Europe?
Well, in the last part of your question, yes, I would. I would make sure that you get it. If we make a deal, we make a deal, you'll get it. Because a lot of people do have that problem. They make a deal and then it can't get supplied because of war-type problems and other problems. So we would absolutely do that. LNG is very interesting because when I took office for the first term, one of the first things I looked at was there were 2 very massive plants in Louisiana, a state that has been very good to me, won it by many, many points. And I felt strongly indebted to it, actually. And they said there are 2 plants that have been under environmental consideration for more than 10 years. And they were costing, as you say, you know how expensive those plants are, but they were costing like 12 billion and I think 14 or 15 billion, but they couldn't get their permits. They were in review for years, many, many years, like a decade or more. And I said, so ridiculous. I know so much about that because in the construction industry, I had to go through it too, but I got good at it after a while. But I saw the projects, and you're talking about a total investment of 25 to $30 billion, and it looked like it was going to end. They couldn't get their permits, and I got them done in less than a week. It was done, completed. In fact, when they called them to announce that it was done, the countries, largely countries, Japan was involved and another country and some very big investors, they couldn't believe it. They actually couldn't believe it. And I said, just do yourself one favor. Don't pay any consultants, because the only one that got it done was me. I got it done because it was the right thing to do for the U.S. and for the world, but the consultants had nothing to do with it. You know, the consultants go in and they say, give us millions of dollars because Trump did it. Nobody called me about it. I just heard it was a problem for years. And I got it done because it was the right thing to do for the U.S. and the right thing to do for beyond. It had to do with energy, very important. So I think it's very important. I think I disagree with one. I think the more that you do, the lower the price is going to go. And what I'd like to see is rapid approvals. We're going to give very rapid approvals in the United States, like with the AI plants, talking to many people want to build them. That's going to be a very big thing. We're going to build electric generating facilities. They are going to build. I'm going to get them the approval. Under emergency declaration, I can get the approvals done myself without having to go through years of waiting. And the big problem is we need double the energy we currently have in the United States. Can you imagine? For AI to really be as big as we want to have it, because it's a very competitive, it'll be very competitive with China and others. So I'm going to give emergency declarations so that they can start building them almost immediately. And I'm I think it was largely my idea because nobody thought this was possible. It wasn't that they were not smart because they're the smartest, but I told them that what I want you to do is build your electric generating plant right next to your plant as a separate building connected. And they said, wow, you're kidding. And I said, no, no, I'm not kidding. You don't have to hook into the grid, which is old and, could be taken out. If it's taken out, they wouldn't have any way to get any electricity. So we are going to allow them to go on a very rapid basis to build their plant, build the electric generating plant. They can fuel it with anything they want, and they may have coal as a backup, good, clean coal. If there were a problem with a pipe coming in, as an example, you're going with gas, oil or gas, and a pipe gets blown up or for some reason doesn't work, there are some companies in the U.S. that have coal sitting right by the plant so that if there's an emergency, they can go to that short-term
Is he pumping my BTU right now?
Are very clean coal. So that's something else that a lot of people didn't even know about. But nothing can destroy coal, not the weather, not a bomb, nothing. It might make it a little smaller, might make it a little different shape, but coal is very strong as a backup. It's a great backup to have that facility, and it wouldn't cost much more money. And we have more coal than anybody. We also have more oil and gas than anybody. So we're going to make it so that the plants will have their own electric generating facilities attached right to their plant. They don't have to worry about a utility. They don't
What was
have
he
to worry
talking about?
anything, and we're going to get
Fucking
very
no.
rapid approvals.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. President. We'll now go to another CEO that you know very well, Brian Monahan, the CEO and Chair of Bank of America.
Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Oh, God, it's Moynihan. Where's George?
Congratulations, and obviously an eventful week for you and your family. If you remember 5 years ago, you came here and we walked among 150 CEOs from all over the world, and you engaged with them about your policies and your procedures. This year, you're not here, and yet this week was eventful from the orders that you mentioned earlier, literally a wave of orders coming out on immigration, on trade, and many other matters. And so, as a representative of the United States here, we got a lot of questions about what does all this mean and how would the president square this with his clear focus on growth, prosperity, market growth, stock market growth, a good bond market, and bringing down prices. So how do you think about the impact of all these orders and how fast they come out, and how you're going to balance them with that scorecard of being successful in both continuing GDP growth, bringing down inflation, and also having a good stock price appreciation for the American citizen?
Well, I think it's going to actually bring down inflation. It's going to bring up jobs. We're going to have a lot of jobs. We're going to have a lot of companies moving in. Brian, we're at 21%. It was at 40%, and I got it down to 21%, the corporate tax. And it was actually, if you look at state and city, it was in many cases much higher than 40%. I got it down to 21%. And now we're going to bring it down from 21 to 15% if, there's a big if you make your product in the U.S. So we're going to have the lowest, just about the lowest rate. It'll be, the 21 is on the low side worldwide. The 15 is about as low as it gets. And by far the lowest of a large country, a large, rich, powerful country, by far, not even a contest. So we're going to bring it down to 15% if you make your product in the USA. So that's going to create a tremendous buzz. We're also probably going back to the 1 year deduction where we deduct, we did that originally, and that was amazing what the impact that had, the 1 year deduction, which built up over a period of time, and then it expires. But we're going to go back to that when we do the renewal of the Trump tax plan. We have to get Democrats to approve it. But, if the Democrats didn't approve it, I don't know how they can survive with about a 45% tax increase, because that's what it would be. And so I think they're going to do. We've been working along with them pretty well. I think it's very hard for a political group to say, let's charge people 45% more. So I think we're in good shape. But we're actually doing a reduction for business and small businesses where you're going to bring it down to 15%, which is really something. And by the way, speaking of you, and you've done a fantastic job, but I hope you start opening your bank to conservatives, because many conservatives complain that the banks are not allowing them to do business within the bank, and that included a place called Bank of America. They don't take conservative business. And I don't know if the regulators mandated that because of Biden or what, but you and Jamie and everybody, I hope you're going to open your banks to conservatives because what you're doing is wrong.
Mr. President, I'll say that your friend Gianni said hello, told me to tell you hello, and we look forward to sponsoring the World Cup when it comes both this summer for the club and next year. So thank you for getting that for the United States.
Thank you very much, Brian.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll now go to Anna Butin. She's the executive chairman of Banco Santander, one of the big European banks, and also in the U.S.
Oh, this is the people that rip people off on
Mr. President, congratulations
subprime
on a
auto
historic
loans.
victory.
Thank you.
I believe you don't know me as well as my fellow panelists, so a few words. Santander is one of the largest banks in the world by number of customers, 170 million. That's more than my friend Brian or my friend Jamie have.
Wow.
And those...
Santander is going to fucking fund U.S. debt at 30%. Let's go.
That's coming, that's coming.
That was cheeky.
We're a big investor in the United States. We have many million customers, 12,000 employees. We're one of the largest auto lenders. And we recently launched a fully digital bank called Open Bank. We strongly believe banks have a pivotal role in the economy, and we can accelerate growth and help many more customers. That's what we're doing.
Does anybody else feel like we're in the Hunger Games right now?
As Brian pointed out, we very much welcome your focus on deregulation and reducing bureaucracy. So my question is, what are your priorities in this regard, and how fast is this going to happen? Thank you very much.
I think it's going to, thank you and congratulations. I know very much about your bank, and you've done a fantastic job. Congratulations. We are going to move very quickly. We've moved very quickly. We've done things in the last 3 days that nobody thought were possible to do in years. And it's all taking effect. It's going to have a huge impact on the economy, a huge positive impact. Money was being wasted on crazy things. I mean, the Green New Deal was such a total disgrace, how that was perpetrated. And it was conceived of by people that were average students, less than average students, I might add, and never even took a course in energy or the environment. It was just a game. Remember, the world was going to end in 12 years? Remember that? Well, the 12 years has come and gone. It was going to end. It was going to all foam into earth.
Is he talking about the Mayan calendar apocalypse?
And they really scared the Democrats large. I can't say the Republicans. The Republicans maybe could have fought harder to stop it, but it's been a tremendous waste of money. You know, during my 4 years, we had the cleanest air, we had the cleanest water, and yet we had the most productive economy in the history of our country. We had the most productive.
He said in 12 years.
Until COVID came, we had the most productive in the history of our country by far. And the
doomsday clock.
You can look worldwide.
I wasn't listening to him.
We were beating everybody from China to everybody else. So
I don't understand why he's not pumping AI harder.
What we have learned and all of the other things that have taken place.
What a fucking idiot.
Can even far surpass that. Actually, far
you can't even construct like a solid sentence.
We're going to be demanding respect from other nations. Canada, we have a tremendous deficit with Canada. We're not going to have that anymore. We can't do it. I don't know if it's good for them. As you probably know, I say you can always become a state. And if you're a state, we won't have a deficit. We won't have to tariff you, et cetera, et cetera. But Canada has been very tough to deal with over the years, and it's not fair that we should have a $200 billion or $250 billion deficit. We don't need them to make our cars, and they make a lot of them. We don't need their lumber because we
that's
have our
the
own
prereq
forests,
to become
et cetera,
president.
et cetera. We don't need their oil and gas. We have more than anybody. So just as an example. With Mexico, we're dealing with Mexico, I think, very well. And we're just, we just want to be treated fairly with other nations because there's hardly a nation in the world, and I blame this on us, and I blame it on politicians that, for some reason, probably mostly it's stupidity, but you could also say other reasons, but mostly stupidity. They've allowed other nations to take advantage of the U.S., and we can't allow that to happen anymore. You know, we have debt. It's a very small debt when you compare it to value, the value of the assets that we have. But we don't want to do that. We want to just have debt be obliterated, and we'll be able to do that fairly rapidly. And a lot of good things are going to happen. And honestly, good things are going to happen for the world, and good things are going to happen for the people that are dealing with us, allies and beyond.
Are you
allies.
keeping a straight face? I'm still in shock.
To be able to meet with President Putin soon and get that war ended. And that's not from the standpoint of economy or anything else. It's from the standpoint of millions of lives are being wasted. Beautiful young people are being shot in the battlefield. You know, the bullet,
Where?
very flat land, as I said, and the bullet.
Was he talking about
goes,
Ukraine now?
There's no hiding.
Why does he keep emphasizing how flat Ukraine
is?
is?
And you have to see, I've seen pictures of what's taken place. It's a carnage, and we really have
There
to
was
stop
no
that
question
war. That
about
war
it.
is
He's just
horrible.
fucking
And
going
I'm not
on.
talking
He's
economy,
rambling.
I'm not talking economics. I'm not talking about
The
natural
bully
resources. I'm
goes,
just talking
Greg.
about there's so many young people being killed in this war, and that's not including the people that have been killed as the cities are being, you know, knocked down building by building. So we really should get that stopped.
It's so
Likewise, in the
flat.
Middle East, I think we've made a lot of progress in the Middle East, and I think that's gonna come along.
Wait,
pretty
how
well.
flat is the Middle East?
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Excellent.
Mr. President. We know that the most consequential relationship in the world is between the U.S. and China. U.S. 28% of the global economy, China close to 20. That's almost half of the global GDP.
I think it's.
We know
I do.
that,
I feel like it's
you
AI.
called, President Xi Jinping last Friday. We
Although
heard that you had a good
ChatGPT
discussion. How
isn't
do you
this
see
time.
the relationship between the U.S. and China in the next 4 years under your leadership?
He called me, but I see it very good. I think that we're going to have a very good relationship. All we want is fairness. We just want a level playing field. We don't want to take advantage.
He
We've
called
been
me.
having massive deficits with China. Biden allowed it
It's
to
a
get out of
toxic
hand. These
relationship.
$1.1 trillion deficit's ridiculous. And it's just an unfair relationship. And we have to make it just fair.
I'm gonna
We
get,
don't have
like,
to make it
fucking
phenomenal.
killed by
We
the
have to make
secret
it a fair
police, aren't I?
relationship. Right now, it's not a fair relationship. The deficit is massive, as
Oh, well.
it is with other countries, a lot of Asian countries, actually. But we have deficits that are very big, and we can't keep doing that. So we're not going to keep doing that. But I like President Xi very much. I've always liked him. We always had a very good relationship. It was very strained with COVID coming out of Wuhan. Obviously, that strained it. I'm sure it strained it with a lot of people, but that strained our relationship. But we always had
Too
a
much
great
dissent in your
relationship,
chat.
I would
You will
say,
be
and
terminated.
We look forward to doing very well with China and getting along with China. Hopefully, China can help us stop the war with, in particular, Russia, Ukraine. They have a great deal of power over that situation. And we'll work with them. And I mentioned that with during our phone conversation with President Xi. And hopefully we could work together and get that stopped. We'd like to see denuclearization. In fact, with President Putin prior to an election result, which was frankly ridiculous, we were talking about denuclearization of our two countries, and China
What,
would have come along.
Russia's
China
one
has,
active nuclear weapon?
a much smaller right now nuclear armament than us, or field than us, but they're going to be catching it at some point over the next 4 or 5 years. And I will tell you that President Putin really liked the idea of cutting way back on nuclear. And I think the rest of the world, we would have gotten them to follow. And China would have come along too. China also liked it. Tremendous amounts of money are being spent on nuclear. And the destructive capability is something that we don't even want to talk about today because you don't want to hear it. It's too depressing. So we want to see if we can denuclearize, and I think that's very possible. And I can tell you that President Putin wanted to do it. He and I wanted to do it. We had a good conversation with China. They would have been involved, and that would have been an unbelievable thing for the planet. And I hope it
Mr.
can be
President,
started
when
up
you're
again.
back here in Davos next year, will there
Is
be
Trump
then
in
a
the
peace
pickle jar?
agreement
I don't know.
with Ukraine and Russia by then?
Well, you're going to have to
He's been
ask
practicing
Russia.
the word nuclear.
Ukraine is ready to
Nuclearize.
just so you understand, this is a war that should have
Nuclearize.
never started. If I were president, it would never have started. This is a war that should have never, ever been started. And it wasn't started during there was never even talk about it. I knew that it was the apple of President Putin's eye, but I also knew that there was no way he was going in, and he wasn't going to go in. And then when I was out, bad things happened, bad things were said, a lot of stupidity all around, and you end up with what you have. Now you have all these bombed out cities that look like demolition sites with many people killed. I think the thing that you'll see about Ukraine is that far more people have died than is being reported. And I've seen that. But far, far more people have died. When you look at a city that's become a demolition site where big buildings have been collapsed by missiles hitting them and everything else, and they say one person was slightly injured. No, many people were killed. Those are big buildings. I was surprised at how that was my business. These are buildings that go 2 and 3 blocks long. They're 20 stories high. They're big, powerful buildings, and they were knocked down, and there were a lot of people in those buildings that announced that.
I feel like he cares more about the loss of the buildings here.
So I think you're going to find that there were many more people killed in Ukraine in the Ukraine war than anybody has any idea.
It's flat, but there's lots of big, powerful buildings.
People being killed are soldiers just facing each other with guns, rifles, and drones, the new form of warfare, drones. And it's a very sad thing to see. And when you see pictures of the fields that I see, nobody wants to see.
Oh, here we go. Back to the flat.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, on behalf of all the 3,000 participants.
Beautiful buildings, so flat.
Really underline that
well, they can't shoot missiles into our coal. It'll just make it smaller.
It's so appreciated, and we are already ready for receiving you next year in person. So thank you very much, and all the best from Davos.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ugh. Jesus fucking Christ.
Mr. Madison, what you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Okay, a simple wrong would have done just fine, but
Tech is drumping right now. This is the second day of 4 years. That's not true. It's day 4. All right, don't drag us back. It's only his first 180 days, guys. Now, here we go. Found the leverage explanation for you guys. Well, Jen found it, but yeah, keeper of the tomes. Range down at all, or just a dip? Yeah, we could slide a little. I think there's decent support though. There's definitely support at 85. If we can break 100, we can get up to like 15. Like, we got rejected here, but it's not that big of a rejection. BOJ raises tonight. What happens? Dollar down? That's the first thing. But probably yields at the top end of the curve up. Yen up. VIX up. VIX bigly. Do you have any idea what he was saying about BAC and banks being mean to conservatives? What? No? How high could VIX go? I don't know. Depends on how much they increase rates. And everyone just sold a shitload of puts, so there's a lot of downside risk to a bump in volatility. Seems like bulls are selling puts like crazy. Am I wrong? No, not at all. Who the fuck has been debanked? What does that even mean? There's absolutely no way Japan hikes. Bank doesn't want to do business with you. Who the fuck has that happened to? What if you just have shitty credit or you're a moron? You know, all the reasons the banks don't want to do business with people? It couldn't be that, no. It's gotta be your political leaning. What the fucking stupid bullshit is that? Maybe if your assets are a 1993 Ford Explorer and a double wide on state land, you don't qualify for a fucking small business loan. No, the bank doesn't consider your AR-15 collection as collateral. It's not for poors. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I thought this was America. It's people trying to put up crypto as collateral. Yeah, well, because it's not real. I think Trump said Ukraine must surrender. No, he said Ukraine was flat. I said mostly religious organizations for the debanking. I would assume that they're not solvent enough is likely the reality. Banks need liquidity. That makes sense. Also, just not doing the banking for fraudulent church programs is probably a good move anyway. If you live in your car behind a Piggly Wiggly, you probably shouldn't be donating your money to your pastor who owns a private jet. I can totally leverage my guns as collateral. Just look at John Q. In Ukraine, the bullets go, though. How else do you get into heaven? Make a lot of money. Bro, you're going to jail for sure, probably. What the fuck do you know Piggly Wiggly up there? What don't you know? I've traveled. Yeah, but they're not like real gun companies. It's not like Colt can't find a fucking checking account. It's like some dickwad who goes from gun show to gun show selling like 3D printed like fucking accessories for AR-15s. And they're like, we're not giving you a bank for your illegal fucking operation. And he's like, this is injustice. Sounds like me. Hmm. It's gonna fail. Still pretty high above the delta flips at 82. I guess we don't have to worry about it right now. It's the white line, new support on the bottom, and the morning resistance. I don't know, I drew it yesterday. If the market was to crash now, I could become a pigeon whale for at least a month or two. Nice. Wait, did you say there's no way the BOJ raises? Or you're reading someone else's message that said that? I read someone else's message that said that. But I could see them getting spooked into not doing it. I better wake up to VIX 60 again tomorrow. Wonder Pickle Jar Idiots Strangle Straddles usually get posted for your members. I just post them here. I just open them at the end of the day. Don't you expose your own port to risk by sharing with us? Who gives a shit? It's the SPX. It's not like you guys are gonna fucking move it. Or I'm gonna lose like a fucking penny on my contract because people want to ghost some fucking moronic play I made at the end of the day. It's not like we're trading micro caps in here or something. The data pushes them towards a hike, yeah. They had a trade like a pretty significant trade surplus. Yeah, we are. Level 2 chaotic system. If the market crashes, I wonder if it'll be one of those streams where we finish with the screen covered in new pigeon whales or chat filled with pores facing financial ruin. If there's one thing I've learned about the pickle jar, it's that everyone's always holding dead puts. I'm gonna need you to take the same stance towards Fubo CCs so that I can front run you. Listen, I've already got to fight Atomic for those. No way. Whoa. I told you that in confidence. In a public chat. Once a day, without fail, we are called out. How many of you saw the new Roseanne song where she looks like a gigolo? I haven't, but I want to. What happens tomorrow? I mean, if people pull out of the carry due to a rate hike, the market can go down quite a lot. It really depends what they do, how much they hike, whether they hike or not, which will probably still largely depend on their inflation print that comes after market close. Yes, fighting. No, we can share the call selling duties to provide liquidity to the hopeful masses who don't understand theta decay. Thankfully for me, you don't sell your calls $2 in the money like I do. You know, the last samurai save our ports, puts. Move a lot, like 40 bips red day? No, like we could go down like 5 to 10%. It really depends on several factors. How well it's hedged, one. B, whether it's a surprise or not. And based on the current leverage, I would say that nobody's super well prepared for it. 3, how much more they can short the short end of the trade to cover their cost to carry. Last time they cut, we pumped for like 2 days and then the fucking floor fell out of the market, so. I mean, I'm long yen at like 159. Or short USD JPY, it's the same. Either way, however you want to look at it. But I have like a year on it, so I'm not really. I'm gonna straddle tonight. Would be a good DTE for a straddle tonight. And if they hike tomorrow. If they don't hike, they're gonna lever the fuck out of the trade again and try to push yen back down to like 160, 162 or something. Like that was the big narrative the last time they raised rates, was that like leverage in the short end of the carry had pulled back and thus the trade had been stabilized. But that's just not true. Right? If we look at the 3-month leverage from 2022 when it was at 0% to 736% now, it only dropped fucking like from 8.6 to 6.7 in August. And now it's higher than it was at the bottom of August. Right? And then the 6-month, no different. And then the fucking 10-year is ridiculous. Like, Japan's been warning everybody for 3 months. Like, we're gonna really need to do this. We're gonna need to do it next time. This is gonna cause so much volatility in FX markets. They won't do it. Probably not, because they're a bunch of cucks and they're afraid that Trump's gonna enact tariffs on them. You have to remember, they don't want to dump their U.S. treasuries. That's a big part of it. It's not about the economy, it's political capital. As a holder of a significant number of U.S. securities, they have political leverage with us. If they sell that, they don't. Oh, look, the 30-year mortgage is still around 7%. How about those rate cuts? Wait for 15. Waller wants to cut rates again. I'm sure the bond market will love that. No, I think China's been forced to continue buying U.S. treasuries this entire time because they can't maintain any stability in their own currency, and their corporations won't exchange the dollars they're making offshore for onshore yuan, which is fucking them really hard. And so they tried to create liquidity facilities to solve that issue, pay a yield on the exchange, and people still don't want to do it. They're trying to do anything they can to keep their market afloat. It's the only thing they have left, right? Their real estate market's fucked. Their banking industry's fucked because it was overinvested in the real estate market. I mean, like all of the Chinese land development equity went from up 300% to down like 80, 90%. There's no fucking equity left. My parents made $1 million farm loan at 17 cents back in the 80s. I can be like them. Yeah. Is it time to invest in Chinese real estate? I kind of want to get an apartment in Hong Kong. They're so cheap. You cracked wise about Xi recently? No. What? No. I would never. 1 second. Alright. Pickle Jar Airbnb Hong Kong edition? Yeah, why not? I feel like I need like a string of homes so I can circumnavigate the globe. So maybe like Tokyo, Hong Kong, Dubai, Italy, London, and then like New York, LA. Cyprus. How can you forget about Djibouti? I'm not gonna live there. South of LA. Not actually LA proper. What about Shanghai? Maybe. Yeah, probably Orange County. By the beach. I don't like to travel. I don't like to do anything besides stock stuff all day. I don't want a fucking farmhouse in Canada. Yukon Cornelius. There's nothing underrated about Boise, Idaho. Everything will be more expensive in California for a long time due to LA fires and pressure on housing, food, etc. Probably. The fires aren't done yet, so. I do, but the kind of apartment I want in New York City costs more money than I have. So far. fine. I'll hang out with the Abominable Snowman myself. I web scraped the NASDAQ website with Selenium. Can I get a $200,000 PA job at Gamma Strike? I can give you a PA job that pays 200,000 of something, but not dollars. How do you feel about the Djibouti franc? What's their currency? Yeah. $200,000 pickle coin. Is that same type of strat potentially more profitable if you just used GN instead? Hmm. You mean like on the daily? His is an intraday trade. But, I mean, like, delta and gamma flips are better than VWAP, technically. At least on SPX. I'll pay GS to work. See, that's what I'm talking about. Reverse employment. How's your shrimp farm going? I sold it. Can he make more money just long? Listen, man, there's a lot of things he could do that are better, but he does that one thing very well. Dedicate to the motherfucking cause, son. I like that. Excellent. Blind faith and devotion is highly rewarded in the pickle jar. Could I make more money by just trading mean reversion from the second standard deviation move? You can try. Using like 2 standard deviations from VWAP and over what waiting period? How much to pay to get to level 3? Excellent. Two standard deviation in the options chain intraday. Yeah, you could. You're gonna not trade a lot of days. $95 of days into 0 volume. What is standard deviation? It's a measurement that looks at how far individual points of a certain data set are dispersed from the mean of that set. I was kidding. I'm only half regarded. Oh, okay. Yeah, AQN could see a bump. I don't think he has to twist JPow's arm. JPow loves cutting rates. Hmm. The Bank of Japan has a monetary policy meeting tonight where they're expected to raise rates. Dan Hilda. Yeah, NVIDIA is a good one. Tesla. Which is, oh, I'm sorry. I don't know. The trade surplus should encourage the rate hike. So, and the swaps market's pricing it in at like 90%. It's just the leverage of the trade that doesn't agree. Like usually around now they start de-risking a few days before, and we haven't seen any of that behavior really. This one BlackRock below 1K. The inflation plate would have to come in cool for them to not hike. Yeah. What about flat? And then it's probably like a coin flip. It's not financial Pearl Harbor. It's just, I mean, their currency is just getting stomped on. And they don't have any other recourse. It's slow. Let's see how things are looking. Yeah, if we could get a foothold above 95 again, we could probably push up more. Hard to get over the synthetic short at 6,100. Probably going to need more put leverage to come in. And we're not getting a lot of that around spot. Which means we either need to shake out some of the bot puts at 90 and 6,100. Which I mean a pullback. Or they need to start selling those puts more aggressively. I mean, the Bank of Japan has been saying for like multiple weeks that they want to hike. A couple of the governors have been a little bit more wishy-washy, and then on the fiscal side, like the MOF president and the prime minister have been very we don't want to create a lot of risk or volatility in markets. No problem. It's the middle of the curve's flattening. Short end and the long end are rising. The middle of the curve is flat as Ukraine. It's very flat. Very many beautiful people dead and flat. Billions? People are great for stopping bullets. What about the buildings? The big glorious buildings? Erected up from the flatness? The descriptions of the buildings are so phallic and sexual. Any indication of how their inflation report will come in? Yeah, there's analyst estimates. It's expected to come in hotter. No, I think core is expected to move down, but headline's expected to stay hot. The Delta Fib's below us, like 85, I think, still. 83. I knew you enjoyed it so much, though. Ugh. Ooh, AGL gonna push up and fill that fucking gap up to 375? Referral or Fubo CC safe for next week? Definitely not safe. Fubo breaks above 4, it can move. Be careful. I already sold my AGL calls. I was up 125%. Nice. I still have a PT, but some of the $3 calls I might trim a little. I don't think its options chain's that volatile. No, it's not in a lot of ETFs. It was like a fucking penny stock like a week or two ago. Still is a penny stock, actually, but it was worse. What was IWM doing? Up 19 points. One sec. Hmm. Hmm. I think the first step is anyone scared is going to want to pump this above major support. Cat? I know. Does AGL have any more of those 10% up moves? Potentially. Yeah, if it gets above $4. It's kind of just grinding up. I mean, it's partially, I think, being just repriced. There's some shorts on it too that are trying not to get fucked, but it's also gotten a bunch of upgrades recently, following like their last earnings. Any tickers looking into for those of us interested in getting positions and flat land? I mean, I don't know. The only thing that I've played with any association to Ukraine is like wheat or EPAM. EPAM's up like 3.8% today. They fucking that company and the market loves that company. In an environment where there's no Russia-Ukraine war. So that could be kind of bullish for their going into their next earnings, which will probably be good. Their earnings are like almost always great. It's like coffee in a shaker. No, it's an energy drink. July, it's hot cocoa. We saw your stash. Fubo to 420, sure. If Fubo gets to 420, it's probably going to get to 5. If it gets to 5, it might get to 7. It's got a bit of a ramp to the upside. Most of the selling's probably netted off too. Now it looks like we're getting a bigger vol short. So maybe we're starting to get some leverage closer to the money on the bull side. Try to pressure out the 6100 synthetic long. If we can squeeze up through that, we should get some better performance. QQQ is kind of still lagging behind, or NQ. Really still underperforming ES quite a bit. Which means that breadth is moving. Yeah, Dow's up. 10 years at 4.6. Did Skew hit a new all-time high yesterday, or did it miss by like a point? 180.09, 179.98. Almost. There's always today, I guess. Ooh, the bear steepener is moving fast as fuck. Holy shit. Anybody see this? Dude, yesterday we were like just at 30. Hmm. Not even half the viewers have liked the stream. Come on, people, show the love. If you guys could hit the like, that would be appreciated. It's a widening of the yield curve. So when rates at the top end go up, rates at the bottom end go down, and the rates at the top end are going up faster. Well, flatter down. What's up, Nick? As you go into promo of new software, will you have your quants make the YouTube face for clicks? It works? Wait, what? Wait, I don't know what you mean. YouTube face? How long can they keep crushing IV? It's kind of regarded and overconfident, doing it into the BOJ decision. Yeah, a little bit. For Fubo, where do you ditch your position? Or is this a long hold, hopeful around $12, $15? I could see myself selling it upon the announcement of the merger conditions when and if we get them. For now, I'm just selling covered calls on it. My Fubo position's already cost basis is already way negative. So, yeah, just selling covered calls on it. I'm excited to see what happens over like the 4 quarters prior to any kind of merger decision, but it could happen faster. Glow up? Right now you have a face for Discord. How dare you, Brett? He's talking about the mouth agape thumbnails. Oh, I've got a guy who can do those. Ban. Outrageous clickbait. The stock made my peanut 20% larger. How about we just release a good product that gives traders actionable data and people use it because it's the best? It seems like a far better platform to build a business on. That'll never work. Wow. Fubo's the first stock I've had a negative cost basis on, and it's stroking my tiny ego. Indexes are chilling here till tips. Looks like it. I mean, I can't see us getting a breakout above 6,100 till tips, because it's a big fucking resistance. Check TMs. Am I doing this right? Message is too long for YouTube. 1 or 2 years ago, the pickle jar got really bullish on news that we were going to build fabs in Texas. You had to point out that it would take like 10 years for that to show in the price. Do you remember what stock it was in reference to? And whether the thing Trump said this morning about expediting fab approval construction is going to move the timeline up in any meaningful way? We were talking about, I mean, TSMC and Intel, who are constructing the 2 of the fabs. I think Texas Instruments might be building another one, but they don't manufacture the same kind of chips. The big delay there though is lack of qualified labor. They can't find people that are qualified to help build the fabrication plants, and we don't really have like a like a fast track to educate those people and get them like deployed in that field. And so, I mean, Trump can expedite all he wants, but it's not going to speed up building those fabs out. Sure, but the best product, we have marketing. We have like a whole marketing team. We'll market it, but I mean, not till we need to. Could the product include a roulette wheel for BOJ predictions, where almost every space on the wheel is do nothing? I like it. Do you need a street team? I don't think so. Never seen a GS ad on TV. Jesus Christ. Have you seen an unusual whales ad on TV? What's TV? What's up, Tuttle? I don't need to end to break legs yet, but I'll let you know, Max. Did you guys killing for me, Gherk? Thanks. No problem, man. People never want to buy the boring stocks that go up 100%. Like $20 stock that's gonna go up 100%. Pickle Jar's like, no fucking way. $1 stock gonna go up 100%. The full port. Sponsor Matt Kors, make him profitable, and the world will want Gamma Strike. I don't know if anything can ever make Matt Kors profitable. Was Dirk not performing as a trader, but you took pity on him as your protege? So you decided to set up a business you had planned previously and get him involved so that he could have a share in the revenue. No, Dork's never had enough money to trade. He's not a bad trader. He just, like, he got his, like, $50 account to, like, $900 and then, like, fixed his car. He's just too poor. I have no idea. I don't watch streamers. Or sponsor Macors. He still loses money. GS in shambles. $50 to $900 is crazy. Yeah, it is. We have to tickle 6110 before the BOJ, right? I think they want to get it above 6100 before whatever happens tonight. I'd want to get some of that nice padding for my potential sell-off. Because if we sold off from here, we'd probably dump back to like 6K or lower pretty fast. So it's better to get some wiggle room. Have you guys never noticed that bulls always try to push for like major supports prior to big data? There's like a reason for that. It's like it cuts their risk down significantly, especially vol sellers. For bulls to continue shorting vol selling puts, still they must be confident that UTA isn't going to raise rates, or alternatively, they don't have a choice. They have to just keep shorting because the cost to carry on the fucking top end of their trades and on their margin collateral is astronomical. And if they don't make that yield every day, they're fucked. Which I think has mostly been the case since like March of last year. And I think if Bank of Japan hadn't stepped in last time and like softened the baseline on their rate, everything would have just blown up back in August. Ten-year tips bid to cover 2.48. So a little bit more demand. High yield 2.243 versus the prior 2.232. So, yeah, $20 billion auction, not too small. Fed picked up 1.1 billion of them. A little bit of a tail. Prior was 2.071, so the last auction, 10-year inflation expectations were at 2. They're at 2.24 now. It's a pretty decent jump. I could turn the dollar around on the day. Which would be good for tech, but bad for breadth. Do inflationary things, get more inflation. That's how this works. I think we see dispersion push here a little bit. Yields are moving back up pretty quick. 61.3850 test on ES. What if that's the bottom? Interesting. You making money on GME again? I don't know, it looks a little bullish this morning, so I bought some calls. We'll see what happens with it. I still sell vol on GME. I just don't own any of the stock. When do we short Palantir? Remember when that thing was $15? I remember telling everyone to buy it when it was like 7. Not yet. What's your expiration on your calls? Which ones? Jamie? Amara? Still not time to short Carvana? No. I mean, you could, but I wouldn't yet. They've got an earnings coming up, too. Trump speech fried my brain. It's pretty reasonable. Is this supposed to be 605 or 650, JC? Or are you really trying to buy a 65 put on SPY? Yeah, I know about the SOC play. Straddle's probably the best choice if I had to pick. I think it's overvalued relative to the minimum production potential, and undervalued if they're able to yield more out of it. But I think it could get hung up and go to 0. I think the chances of that happening are pretty high. 605? Yeah, you could. Let's spy it right now. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm sure at some point it'll be up a little. Some questions if it's going to go up a lot or not. When Carvana, their payment in kind doesn't stop until the second half of this year. Can Carvana's earnings possibly justify a $240 stock price? No way, right? I mean, currently it justifies the multiple that they've got because that's what they're trading at. But yeah, their fancy accounting's working for now. It's just when the payment in kind rolls off that it won't be. SPY volume only 15 million on the day. Why the low volume pump? That's a good question. Nothing really pushing back against it, mostly. But low volume doesn't necessarily equate to indexes moving down. Also, gamma is just really high here already, so there's not like a lot of hedging going on. Like dynamic hedging slows down a lot when you push into like big piles of positive gamma because a lot of it's already hedged. Tesla's trading at $400. That's actually fucking absurd. purely like $300 of Tesla's valuation is just pure speculation that Musk is going to get a bunch of free government money. Can you change the terminology from flat days to Ukraine days? What money? Maybe he was hoping I get on some of that SoftBank money. That's why he's so pissed about it. I thought we ran out. We didn't run out. We can make more. But inflation will fucking cockrocket. Yeah, nobody wants to buy this year. Everything's massively overvalued. No, that's not true, Reg Pulipotamus. As of right now, $240.38 of Carvana's valuation is based on speculation. They lose money on every vehicle they sell. So if their business were to improve, they would lose money faster. They make it up on volume. Wait, no. You didn't hear me. If their business were to improve, so if they were to sell more cars, they would lose money faster because the return on the car is negative, Dave. A negative plus a negative is more negative. The volume doesn't, God damn it. You're just trying to fuck bastard. Yeah, I know what he's doing. He's flirting with me. Upside target? 610, 15. We're over the synth short, so 6,100 should be supportive now. Like Sony losing money on PlayStation, they make it back from the video game sales. No. Carvana doesn't make it back. They just bleed the losses out into partner companies that they own massive stakes in, or all of. So it's a Ponzi scheme. You take debt, you use it to buy cars. You sell those cars at a loss. The loss is immediately funneled into the subsidiary companies that you also own, and they make a profit. Le Root, exactly. It's called white collar crime, and it's classy. Is that a song? That's a terrible song. Didn't like School of Rock have like or Schoolhouse Rocks have like a positive negative song? I burned my lip on my afternoon tea. In the flash of pain, I realized you're gonna be exercising those GME calls tomorrow. It has been said and spoken, and therefore it shall be. I would never exercise a GME call for $28.50. I will sell them, and then I'll sell other out of the money calls. This is 100% a song. I hate it. Because it's not true. What about when good things happen to bad people? That's bad. No, that's the way the world works. It's giving the children a delusional and fantastical idea of reality. I said what I said. Listen, I just want GME to test Gamma Max, and then I'm going to sell them. Because I don't believe in your guys' conspiracy theories. Which it's trying to do right now. Oh shit, am I finally profitable on my fucking straddle? After all this time? Do we need to watch the VIX right now? We don't. It's ridiculous. So my break even is QQQ 530.88. So I averaged down the calls. Double down the calls. What's Gamma Max on GME? I don't know, it's like 30 something. $31.66. Picks up a little speed at 29. Yeah. Might be, I mean, if it breaks 30, it might be able to get up to like... probably not 32. Yeah, maybe 32. Probably pretty hard to break 30 though. I saw a really funny post on Superstock that like popped up on my feed. Some guy was like, "Hey, GME's IV is low. This is a great time to buy in the money calls." Thousands of people upvoted it. You know, the calls that don't benefit from the increase in implied volatility. Yep. Those calls. Jimmy IB is almost never low. I mean, it doesn't get super low, but it gets fairly low. There's like a bottom that's around like the IV30 will get down to like 60s to 50s, mid 60s to 50s. Genius. Did you shame him? I'm banned. I couldn't. I'm just glad that the blind are leading the blind. So happy that I put like 2.5 years of effort into educating any of those morons, and they still post shit like that. Not you guys. You were saved. The options bad, Greg? No, you don't understand. DFE buys options. They're okay now. In 5 years, it'll come full circle, and they'll worship you like a messiah. Ew. I did look into SOC. I just spoke on it. You could get a straddle on it. I think the other guy had the right idea. Like a 1-year straddle, see what happens. Maybe you could hedge off a little bit of the variance in that. Because it's probably going to go to 0 or 80. Hold on. Ivy low, buy on the money calls. Have I been doing it wrong? Possibly. Maybe it's someone just getting, like, trying to get a bunch of morons to buy Delta and pump his shitty out of the money calls. I don't know. NQ's getting kind of close to 0 for the day. Is it going to get a higher high on this pump? Where's our upside resistance? A little bit at 105. And then if we get above 105, it looks like a pretty clean shot to 115. 6100's supportive as fuck right now. They're already starting to sell the, like, 110 put. A little bit. Looks like most of the bot puts, except at 6100, have collapsed. There's some out at, like, 6125, 6130, but I don't think we have to worry about that today. I didn't say calls are not affected by IV. I said in the money calls don't get the same benefit of an increase in implied volatility that out of the money calls would. How do we save the PP people? You have to bring back their Bobby shares that they lost. I'm not reliving any glory. I just wanted some easy money. Stop trying to make it a thing. Is that ES, the next ES level? Oh, it is. It's the bull. It's the fucking bull confirm. 58, 61, 38, 50. Ooh, spicy. Might pick up some CTAs here. NQ got a higher high. Interesting. GME might get like a bigger pump and over the next like hour. How big was that? 5% more, maybe. Side. Oh, dude. Yeah, buy side ARB is picking up. Liquidity still a little wonky. Maybe a little squarty. Would you say sell bear calls and GME test? GM test for GME? GM breakout, I might. Test now. Fubo can push through 4. It's no, Gamma picks up out to 5, 5, 6. There's some pretty decent Gamma to the upside on Fubo. People have been buying some long calls or selling calls. Either way, it doesn't matter. I wish fucking AGL would go up a little bit more though. They're really struggling with that 365 level. Unless I have time. Let's Gamma max on that right now. Still not picking up a lot of volatility. GM's at 419 now. Gamma neutral moved up to 326. GM and DN are just trailing price like it's fucking crazy. I guess it's still just picking up more options interest. Delta picked up yesterday. Ooh, nice. QQQ straddles be a good way to yeah, they could be. Since massive bull if no change and massive scare if hike. Yeah, that's pretty reasonable, Core. How you doing, man? We're gonna fail or moon here today. I think we can push out to 15. Bulls seem to have it under control. MQ needs to pick up though. That's still problematic. It's still lagging a bit too much. But it's getting there. It's starting to push up above like 21,975. Open up that 2200 test. There's definitely buyers on NQ 2200 and up. He's not going to drop fucking interest rates. Is it increased oil investment? He's going to try to bring down inflation expectations by dropping the price of oil. Prediction for tomorrow's SPX Open. I have no fucking clue. I don't even know what the rate decision is going to be tonight. Less likely, more up. So I would say flatter down. But the reaction to the BOJ hike could be extreme. I would say potentially anywhere from like 3 to 5%. If there's a downside reaction, yeah, I think 3 to 5% initially would be pretty conservative. AGL 366. Yeah, it's trying. It's starting to fill that gap from this morning. I don't think we get to the JPM color. I don't think there's a bullish reaction if they don't cut. Right? The situation just doesn't change. I think there's just a bearish reaction. Or if they don't hike. I think there's just a bearish reaction if they do. Remember that essentially a Japanese, like a BOJ rate hike is equivalent to a Fed cut, but leveraged, because the rate of increase is substantially more. Three to 5% on what kind of time frame depends on how well prepared market participants are. Could be a week, could be 2, could be immediate. I'm sure there's some hedging, even though it's not immediately obvious, and it just seems like they're over leveraging the fuck out of everything. And if you bought a straddle tonight and the market dumped 2% and then pumped back 2%, you'd make quite a bit of money. But yeah, I could see that outcome happening. Well, you think you'd make quite a bit of money. One to 2 calls to put straddle. I'll see how close we get to gamma max. But yeah, I could see myself doing some. I might just not buy calls at all. I might just like. Maybe I get like a $50 like out of the money ES position, just like a buy stop at like 6,100 or something, and see what happens. He's so brave. Last time we didn't buy calls, we all made crazy money on puts. I mean, I could buy calls, I just don't see the upside potential for them beyond like 10, 15 bucks. Seems like just like at best like a tiny hedge for puts getting burned up. $2 down, 2% up. Pickle jar in shambles. See, I don't understand that. Like, we're all traders. That should be like the dream. I want the fucking market to move around 2% every day. I hate this bullshit 30 basis point crap. Yeah, same. Nick, we already established you just refuse to buy calls on SPX. I'm with Nuke. Calls on SPX don't make any sense. What about when it goes up? Just enough to offset the losses of my puts. Hmm. Yeah, we definitely don't want to slip 6,100. That would be bad. Where's the pumpies? Need support here, bulls. Profit taking. Yeah, do it. Buy up a bunch of mid caps so GME go runs. Love it. This is significant that SPX may be at new all-time highs, but ES hasn't achieved it. There's decay, so I mean it's harder for ES to get new all-time highs because the spread of the contract tightens over time. Seems like MGNI. I don't have any data on it. Think we see Grandma Max today on SPX? No, not really. Thinking Alpha put out an article, will BOJ hurt my markets again? Hurt the markets? Yeah, alright. Tickling sensation of the nethers. No, he just said he didn't see much reason to buy calls with Grandma Max so close. I don't know, I'm close to my grandma. I just go see her. Puts are cheap as fudge. Might be a flat open against all odds if the MM is pricing puts this way. I don't know if the MM has a choice but to price puts this way, currently. If everyone's selling puts, you want to buy them for more? $6,000p for tomorrow is like 60 cents. Shouldn't that be like 10? No. Eh. It should probably be about 30 cents. The Ivy is a little elevated on it, but it's not crazy. It'll be cheaper by the end of the day, probably. We still got a couple hours. Just get an ad for goat yoga. Is that yoga for your goats or yoga with goats? I feel like grabbing a handful of cheapies just in case. Sometimes that's kind of fun. Yeah, 6,000 is not a very big drop from here. Remember the scales. $6,000's like 160 BPS. Now these low vol environments have fucked up everybody's like sense of how markets move. To give you an idea, I'm pretty sure like one standard deviation from spot right now is like 59.93. So you're buying like the very edge of a one standard deviation move, which is one of the reasons they're still priced up a little bit. Are you single by choice? Partially. I'm insufferable, but I keep acting that way. Like, I could change that, but I would hate myself. Never settle. It's actually an ad for QuickBooks, but showcased a goat yoga business. I'm curious what their market cap is. Sounds like you need to start doing some digging. I've heard stories about his micro cheating. Oh, Jesus. It's not cheating. Fucking bullshit. Could you change your mind being single if you found a woman who's your equal? Why would I want someone who's my equal? What does that even mean? I don't want to date someone like me. That sounds fucking terrible. Have you met me? Oh. Equal in weight? Oh, dear God, no. That's why MS Nuke is a saint. Exactly. Dating Greek would be tough. It would be. Now you're making me self-conscious about my biceps. You have to hedge your own personality with the opposite one, so delta neutral. Gurk's significant other. Hey, so I'm gonna do X thing. Gurk, you're regarded. The female Gurk pick was pretty hot. Which one? All of them. Describe your ideal woman. That's cheating. Nice try, hamburger helper. Hamburglar helper. This isn't looking so good for the Bulls. Why aren't they shorting more vol? Do they not want to taste the glory of 61.15? He's saving himself for Lady VWAP. Yeah, sure. What if she's 10 and spits on a lit industry pie? I'm into that shit. Distribution over? Don't say that. We already got a higher high. Everyone knows Gurk's saving himself for Lisa Sue. One time a girl tried to beat me up in high school because I described her as all pizza, no hut. Fuck. Why didn't you just kill her family while you were at it? That's like a mental patient. What is? Like, I'm not dating anybody who drinks raw water. I don't want to get giardia. Ugh. Have you ever met a New York 10 woman? Please describe for those of us who never will. Career-focused California 8. Thanks. Central Park hot dog vendor. Well, I mean, if you want somebody who knows how to handle their meat, who better than a guy slinging glizzies all day? Are you saying California has the hottest women in the USA? If you create a ratio of intelligence to physical appearance, then they come out on top of Miami. GMA, 30 to 32, potentially. Gamma Max is 31. No, I don't eat food at Costco. Not that they prepare. Miami is not part of the USA. Yes, it is. SoCal or Bay Area? Tech Bro Gold Diggers in the Bay Area are an interesting breed. San Diego. But like the poorer part of San Diego 5 years ago. I know it doesn't exist anymore. My hood. There you go, Jason. San Diego's just become Orange County South now, but it used to be different. Everyone in the USA is a chick now. Yeah, I saw the executive order. I'm really thinking it's going to open up my wardrobe choices. I'm excited. Nervous, but excited. Don't you dare compare us to Irvine. Oh, not Irvine. More like Newport Beach. How do your women fare on the hot crazy index? I like sugar, spice, and everything nice. I have a cousin in Irvine, and he's literally dumb as a rock. But he's like a wealthy rock. At least he's not from Riverside. Not very wealthy. I mean, he lives in Irvine. Does he own a home? If he owns a home, he's worth like 1.2 million, which is above the average. Winning at life, dumb as dirt. Those are different. Those are different distributions. Why aren't you in California then? Oh, I don't like Californians. Their ability to self-govern should be removed from them. And then, additionally, it's very shallow. It's a shallow place to live. No one's honest. Also, when you tell people to go fuck themselves, they get so much more upset. No, it's just shallow where you lived. Fair. I'm a Californian, and I don't like Californians. Nice. All I have to do is take my last house appraisal. All this California hate. I feel like we're at a FEMA meeting. I don't hate it. It's a beautiful place. And like the people who are like OG Californians are pretty cool. Like before the real estate prices skyrocketed and, you know, like those people are chill. But like the, you know, real estate like developers that moved there from like fucking Ohio in 2009, those people suck dick. Because they're like, oh my god, I'm so rich and I live in California. And look at my BMW that I lease. Yeah, my home equity is leveraged 180%, but I've got a nicer car than my neighbor and I shop at Fashion Island. I can't stand those motherfuckers. It's called the American Dream, bro. They suck. Where's Fashion Island? Newport Beach. They're putting on airs, and I don't like it. Yes, Gherk, call them call them out. Fuck them. Hi, I'm Nuke. I don't live in California. I have zero debt. My house is paid for, and I shop at Costco. See? Absolute Chad. Omega Flex? You're on that Sigma grind. I don't even know how you do it. That and the productivity. It's phenomenal. Can we stop bashing entire states? If it's any consolation, Bert, I usually group all of the states outside of the coastal regions together in like one giant landmass. We definitely missed the good parts of SoCal. I was there 10 years. I don't think I missed the good parts. There was nowhere in California that I didn't go. Greg's just mad he didn't get cast as the Persian Realtor show. Shaws of Sunset. I'm Nuke. I have $1,849 23 balance on my credit card. I'm poor. Please give me monies. Is Hawaii in the Midwest? No. I'm from California, born and raised. I live in the ghetto. I drive a 12-year-old car. I'm so broke I can't afford Long Johnson. I hear you. Do you live in Sacramento? I didn't say everyone in California was rich. There's just a lot of rich cunts in California. Brett, thank you so much, man. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. Did you get him? You got him. Look at that. You might be poor, but you're a Cornichon. Well played. Oh wait, do I have like things I can give away? Next month. Don't show me up, Greg. Alright, alright. I'll take poor in California over rich in Philly any day. That makes sense. Pretend the SPX opens at 5,800 tomorrow. Tell us the ways the pickle jar will lose money. Leave their puts open, then we bounce 80 bucks. Although I feel like if we opened at 5,800 tomorrow, we just keep going down. There's no brakes on that train. Frankly Fresh, thank you so much. Guys, give him a shout out for hooking you up. Welcome aboard. Enjoy your Dillionaire coupons. I guess the dentist stabbed me in my mouth and I hate it. You know, 9 out of 10 dentists agree that the dick isn't an appropriate dental tool. Floss more. It's that 10th one. That's the one they got. Copper looks like it's gonna go parabolic. Not if they keep making more of it. Does super stonks still come in here? I assume they just sneak around the edges. There's a really high correlation to viewership going up in relation to the percentage GME has gone up on any given day. Who else have they got? My mom's a dentist. I got the belt for one cavity. I flossed ever since. You should have been like, it's your fault. You feed me. How'd you know I'm in Sacramento? What you told me. Well, your name's NorCal Lowrider. You said you lived in the ghetto. You really narrowed it down for me. Can you briefly explain the supersonic GME connection to you? Why do people keep bringing it up? That's how the stream started. When I started this stream, I used to just stream GME, and I did like research on it and stuff. I was very popular there for a while, and then they hated me because I wouldn't buy into their bullshit cult conspiracies. He was the #1 show, yeah, for like a year and a half. You should give one GS membership to a Cornichon by contest or lottery. Thanks for all. Maybe. Maybe we'll do that. To the pours? To an official... It's gotta be like an official pour. It looks like I'm not renewing my Dillionaire membership. I bought some calls. Peace out, Girl Scout. Later, Maple. To a billionaire, please. We'll see. Maybe we'll just let everyone in on the fun. Still the number one shill in my heart. Thanks, Middle Western Consumer Sentiment rep. Anyone but Cobra. I hid candy in my dresser drawer. You were a little fatty, weren't you? That explains so much about you as an adult. Hiding candy bars in your dresser? We should give away free 1-week trials that auto bill for 5-year subscriptions 3 days before the trial expires. Huh. That's shady. I like it. Will VIX ever be above 20 again? I was kind of more hoping that it would go below 12. The only cavities I got were those jawbreakers, seagull eggs. I don't like seagulls. When I was 3 years old, I was on Jones Beach eating a hot dog, glizzy, if you will. And the seagull flew over and just snatched the fucking thing out of my hand violently. I've hated them ever since. Savage beasts. What's up, Command Joe? How you doing, dude? We were talking about cool SoCal people. You made the list. It's great having you here, Bert. Don't let SEMO cancel your subscription. The seagull did that to my girlfriend, but it was a lobster roll. I still haven't financially recovered. That's fucking awesome. No, poor is only. Greek has to give back to the people who watched for years and never made a dime. I feel like you guys might not be qualified to use the product. When you were a child, would adults become irrationally angry at your uncanny ability to talk back? I've been, as a child, I got like hit by a couple of just adult strangers. More than a couple. I was a smartass. Yeah, that's weird. Slash ass. Your guys' furniture is at Bob Discount. I've never been there. Wait, what happened? You took the brunt of what? Hold on. Where's the rest of the backstory? You had aviator sunglasses. Did you get shit on? Getting shit on by birds is the worst. Buy a seagull at the beach. One sunny day a year we get. Fuck. Do you have an extra shirt with you, or did you buy one? I figured it out recently. Someone in here and I are practically neighbors. Was it Comanjo? Probably. That's not good luck to be shit on randomly. It uses up all the luck. The luck was you getting shit on randomly. You don't get an extra low probability event. I've been doing it wrong. I open up the stream, the first thing I hear is, did you get shit on? Classy. We're trying to keep it highbrow here. The Bull's gonna do something here, or just bleed. I don't know. They had the support at 6,100, but they kind of fucking gave it up. We'll see. Maybe they'll start selling more in the money puts in a little bit. When did the Portals take over this channel, as well as Gamma Strike, and let the world know once and for all, puts are the same as shares. What? Is the BOJ 0.25 hike priced in? No. The bird shit on me once, but far worse. But was the day one fell dead out of the sky at my feet? What the fuck? Whatever I did, Jen, I'm sorry. What does it mean if I made more money trading meme coins than stocks today? Meme coins are moving more. Lol, remember that? Can't forget. What does MTB stand for? I don't know. We're getting that docks and looting fish. Sun came out. We took a coffee break. Guy next to me, face, hand, coffee cup splashed by what could have only have been pigeon whale seagullifant hybrid? Huh. Pigeon whales are mammals. And you would definitely know if you got shit on by one. Do you know Dork and JFresh's real names? I do, yeah. Jay Fresh's real name is Jerome Fresh. And then Dork's name is Mountain Dew Code Red. Why are you doxing? Well, they asked. I feel unsafe. Psychological safety and gamma strike just in the shitter. Have you ever been close to saying their real names? No, because I don't call them by their real names. That'd be weird. Please never tell me your name. It ruins the experience. I agree. We can get these degens into the Golden Gates. Can't you hide in like a janitorial closet with a laptop? There's no one there, Duke. You're the only one at the office. Who's supervising you? Just pay a security guard to wave your name tag in front of the sensor twice a day. No, I need a workstation. Oh. My manager's out of the country. Yeah, I see what Vix did. Calm down. This is unprofessional if I make everyone at work call me Jen Jen moving forward. Not at all. Greek, I have 6050Ps. Will they print? If they do, they'll print a lot. 2 years ago today, Carvana was $7.77. What do you think of Dash? I hate them, but I mean, what do you, anything specific? They're probably very sensitive to any economic downturn. As soon as the value of people's time becomes more than the money they make, people will just go places to get their food. Or restaurants will hire delivery guys again. Here we go, 6115. I hope so. Well, anonymity enhances the eroticism. Why is Vix going nuts? No idea. Could be some sold calls squeezing off. Could be short puts closing. Maybe less likely short puts closing. Maybe because realized vol is substantially higher than at the money vol. Market makers are uncomfortable with the current pricing scheme. Gig work for Instacart and Uber had died. I wouldn't be surprised if restaurants start hiring their own drivers again. Walmart Spark has exploded, though, averaging $30 an hour there. Huh. Interesting. Could be Nuke about to make fucking bank. JK. I already stopped ordering Uber Eats years ago. $40 for every lunch was causing my credit cards to become unmanageable. You mean the sheer number of maxed out ones? I still spend like $3 grand a month on DoorDash and Uber Eats. Maybe I'm not one to like have a bear case against them. Although I did start buying the Costco fucking gift cards. So I saved 10% overall, 20%. I mean, it's worth it for me. I don't have time to fucking like go out and get food a lot of times. So if it's like, 20 extra bucks to get the meal that I would get anyway, sure. Surprised you still have some of those left. I bought more like a couple weeks ago. But Costco wouldn't let me buy more than $2,500 for each platform. Don't forget your exec returns. 10% plus 5% cashback if you use the Costco card. It's 4% cashback, I think. On the Costco card. With plus the executive returns. Or do you get 10% on gift cards? Only on gas. Oh, okay. Ever thought of having a chef meal prep for you? Yeah. I don't like meal prepping. I don't want fucking old food that's been in my refrigerator for a week. I want it fresh. It's just like a lifetime of eating. I've done it before. I've had like I had like a service that did meal prep. It was awful. It wasn't that the food was bad. It was just that like you're just eating leftovers all the time. Can't you go across the street and get a slice and a Coke for like $3? Like 6 or 7. But I could have a guy bring it to me for 11, and then I don't have to get up. I saw the Pi, and I thought this channel might be related to Pi Network. Anyone else in here waiting on open mainnet? No, we're just trading degenerate options on stock indexes. Did VIX pop a Cialis? I don't know, someone moved a position around. I don't really see it here on the intraday, though, so it might be a little further out. Probably is, given that it affected the VIX action. Do you even drink soda? Not really. Occasionally, but rarely. I will say, though, if I do have soda, it's generally with pizza. Don't speak for all of us, Gary. Already did. I've been waiting for open mainnet since I heard about it 2 minutes ago. We're already through 6,100. It's just pushing up into the sold calls. That's what's hard. I had a Dr. P with some fresh fries. What kind of fries? I went to this hamburger place the other day with a friend of mine, and they had beef tallow fries, and they were fucking amazing. Oh my god, Fubo's gonna do it. Do what? Go above $4? You guys act like it's been months. Fubo finna bust. That's the good stuff. OG beef tallow. Instantly back to my childhood. I'm old enough to remember when McDonald's used beef tallow in their fries. You mean the 90s? It's been 84 years, Gherk. 84 hours. What's the strategy for avoiding horrific illness with this whole FDA communication pause? Alright, listen, we still live in America. Go out and eat as many uncured meats as feasibly possible. Hope you survive the inevitable illness, and then sue the fuck out of somebody so you can afford good medical care. That's my strategy. Then I can get double the medical care. I don't like that plan. You can get faster medical care. It's true, you can, for a premium. I had frog's legs at that hot dog spot at Coney Island once. I had to have shat and vomited a total of like 3 gallons of fluids for the next 7 hours. Excellent. I forgot we can still sue. Yep. It's the only thing we have left. Beef tallow hits better than industrial lubricants. Can this day be over? I just want to fast forward to Japan stuff. Fair enough. Is this a good time to buy puts for tomorrow? Well, not if we push up higher. Which I'm hoping we do, and this bounce on NQ doesn't turn into a really weird head and shoulders. Gamma Max for Jeremy is like 3111. I can tell by how psyched we all are for the BOJ that it's gonna be a huge disappointment. Yeah, I feel you. I don't care. I'm just gonna straddle. Whatever happens will happen. C'est la vie. I was gonna straddle anyway. Now it's like a straddle with extra potential juiciness. I might get fewer calls though, because we're really close to Gamma Max on SPXW. What does BOJ mean for TLT? Again, it's effectively the same as if the Fed cut, but the rate of increase is far greater. So BOJ hike, same like Fed cut. And so far, Fed cuts have only driven rates up. Don't worry, their currency will still be fairly worthless. BOJ forecast the 25 hike. I mean, I think chances are fairly good that they do. Like, just from an analytical standpoint. The balance of trade surplus yesterday definitely shifted the needle. And then if inflation is, flat or hotter today, that'll shift it a bit more in favor of a hike. But they are definitely afraid of the potential volatility fallout from hiking. And while Ueda may be hawkish, the rest of the BOJ governors are kind of undecided. Also, there's a lot of political pressure on them not to hike because of the incoming Trump administration, the unknowns surrounding international tariffs, and their own shit that they've got going on within their government over the last 3 months. They still have a very shaky consensus power in parliament. The majority party of the last 30 years lost the majority for the first time in forever. And so, yeah, it's a little contentious. There are more reasons not to hike than hike. Well, I mean, there's good reasons to hike. They don't want their inflation to run away. Their economy can't handle runaway inflation. Their currency's underpriced, and they have to import a significant amount of their goods, which leaves them net negative on literally every trade, especially anything to do with commodities that are based in USD. But those have been strong reasons for them to hike for a long time, and they've addressed it as little as possible. What was that spike in vol? They needed more vol to short. That's not funny, Sisyphus. Petition to have a Picklejaw song parody based on Disney's Frozen for the first time in forever post BOJ hike. I mean, they hiked back in June, July. Plus, Japan's a net importer of oil. They're a net importer of everything, pretty much. They don't really have a lot of commodity output. They're an island. But yeah, oil's a big deal for them. But if they can bring down the dollar, oil gets cheaper for them. So I mean, that's a benefit for them hiking. The problem is they currently have the leveraged power to bring down all of the dollar. Oh, nice. Yeah, Humana's been it's usually a good one to catch bounces on. Options are a liquid though. Hmm. Time is it 2:43? This is a great time to lever shit up. What the fuck are they doing? Yeah, preservation of the status quo is important. We made it unofficial tenor gifts. If you search Inglorious, your face is 5 rows down. Excellent. It's finally happening. I will be the face of all gifts one day. It's too late. It's already in motion. I can't stop it. Big Spoon's not dead. He pops in every once in a while. He just got a job. No one will ever see a dime. It's not about the money. The reward is not monetary. They're gifts. They're free. Like crypto? Exactly. But it's going to add a lot of validity to Pickle Coin. Little tiny ego tokens. Exactly. My gift to the people. Beautifully put, Brett. What's the reason for the incredible amount of decks below 6,000 in the money sold calls? Was XSP worth buying instead of SPX? Only if you expect to go very deep in the money. It's super illiquid, so you can run into a lot of problems with it. And, I mean, unless you're really worried about the tax implications, you can just trade SPY and get all the benefits of having good liquidity. Or short end rate cuts causing long end rate hikes because people think inflation's going to go up, and so they're demanding more money for the long term debt. I haven't, but that's the American dream, Brian Carey. What's the reason so many out of the money calls on GME for Jan 24, and what could it mean for Jan 25th and upwards? Well, they'd fall off, but that's people buying weeklies. Because DFE tweeted last night. Is there any leverage tip to one side over the other if you don't straddle directly at the money? Instead of buying more of one contract over the other. Yeah, you can shift your strikes around if you want. Like you could buy like the out of the money put, the at the money call, stuff like that. It kind of just shifts around your profitability and where you're profitable. think there's much risk of this getting rugged before end of day. It's a lot safer above 6,100, but it's not in a terrible spot here. I mean, there's decent support, like at 95 and 90, which is one of the reasons we're able to pressure the synthetic short at 6,100. Otherwise, it would be far more difficult. We'd have deeper pullbacks and fewer tests. The synthetic's still at 6,100. It's smaller, but it's still there. How do you know/calculate GM on GME being 31-ish? Use math. Math is bullshit. You forgot the S at the end of maths? I didn't. I used the Americanized and bastardized version. Quick maths? That's South London. I regard it as to buy $40 calls and GME expiring Jan 31st. Currently, I don't see any path for GME to hit $40. That's wicked smart. Thanks. That's because you didn't DRS your shares. Nope. I wanted to be able to sell them. I regarded it to buy SPX 6110 for end of day. Could be very. Ooh, VIX 15. We're doing squeezies? This tip section was like the highest yields in 20 years. It's pretty high. Yeah, I mean, usually 10-year inflation expectations are right around 2%. It's very unusual for it to be 2.1 or 2.2. Gonna use it for a strangle? No, I want QQQ to fucking go up and test 2200 so I can close it. If we got back above 532, then sure, but QQQ's lagging fucking way behind ES right now. Tech's kind of shit in the bed today with the drop in the dollar. When did Fubo get over $4 earlier? An hour ago or something? Yeah, I still have them. There we go. Mm. Are there GS office hours tonight? Yep. Every Thursday. Miss Nika's work from home today. Usually we have days together. Work from home days together. She said it's oddly quiet, no mechanical keyboard or pickle man in the background. So she's enjoying it, is what you're saying? Pickle jar BOJ watch party? Sounds like it. Can we bring snacks? Yeah. I was annoyed by the dryer fixing talk last week. Deeply annoyed. And then this week my washer broke. Karma. The Quant's gonna pre-funk before the fireside chat. Let's be honest, you guys aren't getting any more professional. Best to go all in on the other direction. It's a problem. It's power hour. Are you holding GME calls into tomorrow? Probably not. I already have a stop on them. Give me a second. No, Jimmy didn't. Not yet, at least. What's a one standard deviation move on SPX right now? Like 6205 or 5980, 5990. Do we jump from 6102 to 6110? Not jump, no. But we can keep pushing up. There could be like some gap ups, but I don't think they'd be very big. You see the poll in the Discord for the BOJ hike? It's 50-50 right now. I'm glad you guys have Japan's economy at heart. I hope you come to a resolution. What's the Pickler official prediction? I'm gonna straddle. I don't know what the fuck they're gonna do. Close? Still struggling to get like a meaningful breakout to the upside here. But if we do, I don't see why we can't push at least a test 15 or 10. Maybe 10. Maybe the upside range is trimming a little. But 15 is definitely a target. Damn, Jamie pulled back hard. Everyone closing their fucking weeklies. I mean, I don't think their lesson was learned at all, given that leverage on the top end of the carry has been just going up consistently this whole time. I think there's no other choice. In order to continue operating in the way that they do, the carry is necessary. What are your thoughts on SPY? What like time frame? Window? Can you be more specific? The profession, specifically GoldenEye, for tomorrow? I mean, I think the Bank of Japan decision is going to probably significantly affect where we open tomorrow for the S&P. But I would say right now, given that it's a completely unknown outcome, if I had to like figure out like a reaction function, I would say there's about 44 points of room to the upside if they don't cut. And there's about, or if they don't hike, and there's about, maybe like 280, or might be like 420 points to the downside if they do. But at least that's kind of where I'd consider the tails to be. Not all tomorrow. Maybe none tomorrow. The last time they cut, it took a few days for the shock to set in. $10 p.m. tonight. That's wild. Yeah. They talked about it for weeks last time, too. I still don't think, like, I'm not really sure that the risk can be offset. It's just going to have the effect it has. It seems like something where you just, like, keep risking on until you blow up. Mm. No, I don't think the collar is in danger. At least not with any of the positioning we had today. I'm pretty sure they're all on my Twitter. This is one of them. Here's another. I mean, the dollar should drop, which should help like the mid and small caps a little bit. I don't know if it's going to help them a lot. Like, if the dollar drops hard enough to help them a lot, they'll probably just sell off along with everything else. What DTU straddle are you taking for this? I don't know, maybe tomorrow? Hmm. I don't really think VIX is that low right now. It's like 15. It's just like about normal. $16 to like 16.1 to 16.8. Something like that. Hmm. A little bit of put selling at 105. Hmm. Hmm. VIX is doing weird shit. Might be some like short put de-risking. Hard to tell though. Whatever it is, it's way out of the money. Hmm. How could there be two Captain Planets? It's not even possible. Tell the people listening on the Discord, scary pictures aren't allowed. Hmm. Hmm. Anybody have earnings tonight? Texas Instruments, CSX. TXN could be kind of important. Thank you, finally getting a little bit of overperformance? No way. What? Trump announced a crypto stockpile or something? What does that even mean? What about all the crypto that the Fed has that they're selling? Trump says he expects the Fed to listen to him on interest rates. Why is he speaking again? I can't wait to block him after his term is up. You think he's gonna live that long? Well, he's got his new AI generated podium, so Getting into the last 20 minutes here. Sketchy. What's positioning like? There's still a gigantic synthetic short at 6,100. There's some sold puts above it. Basically everything to the downside is sold puts. Everything to the upside is sold calls. Kind of right in the middle of it all. Charm's not very beneficial under 6,100 for the bulls. But it's not terrible. I'll just share my success story. Sold AGL for 50%. Bought back my GME cover call. Sold my shares at the peak for 5% profit. Bought one DTE 608p at the peak. Is this what it's like to be you? That's not bad. I didn't see the most recent speech. Clove chart. Not one of those. Does anyone know if Reddit is bullish? Just the whole platform? Hmm. 21.9 60. There's the all-time high on ES. It's 61.5275. $61.5250. Hmm. Yeah, send short 0 DT. Kind of need to look at what they're doing for tomorrow, though. Still a lot of. There's some bot puts at 6,100 for tomorrow. Sold calls at every other strike from 60.90 all the way out to like 6,200. The only sold puts I see so far on the chain for tomorrow are at 60.60, 60.40. And then there's some bot puts down at 60.25. Tomorrow's chain is weird. A lot of in the money sold calls. Good morning, Trash. Maybe I'm just biased, but shouldn't all-time highs feel more bullish? I'm sure if you were long calls back at like 5,900, you'd feel real bullish right now. When did Trash turn blue? That was my fault. Trash was all like, finish or it's gonna make him hurt. And I was just like, I'm too tired, I have a headache. My partner just watched the Davos thing and said that, like, he was told not to talk about anything regarding the US economy, right? Before going on stage, and had to wing it carefully or just clueless. It sounded like clueless rambling to me. And before no rate hike, because someone would have leaked and people would be running for the door. I will say that the shit going on in the is it almost time to get out of my fucking QQQ calls? Let's go. This is what the Bulls have dreamed of all day. Dog, I thought we agreed not to tell those stories in public. Oh, whoops. Well, I looked it up, and blue ducks are an urban legend, so. I'm not foaming at the mouth for it. I'm just gonna straddle. I assume that they don't have the balls to do it. Especially with Trump now in office. There they go. This is the kind of crazy bullshit QQQ pump that I bought these calls for. Woo! Aha! Fuck yeah. That only took all day. Oh. Is the arbitrary line I drew going to be the top? Oh, there's the 15 test. Hmm. Ah, what the fuck? I said 61.15. It just took a minute. Hold on, it hasn't closed yet. I might be off by more than $1. Ding ding. Tomorrow's gonna be spicy. Well, so we closed right around the top, exactly at the top of the market maker's expected move, 61.1883. So like, I don't know, maybe one bit below. Going into tomorrow, got probably an expected move somewhere between like 60.58 and 61.42. Gamma max is the upside at 61.29.53. BOJ decisions tonight on the rate hike, so we'll see where that goes. Looks like ES tapped 61.50. It's selling off a little bit after the test, but it did break above the bull confirm down here at 61.38, and that was a pretty significant breakout. I kind of mentioned earlier that if we'd gotten a breakout there, we'd pick up some CTA interest, and we probably did a little, but they're still overweight long, and so It wouldn't take much of a downside move for them to sell those positions back off again. Yields came up at the top end of the curve today. The 5, 10, 20, and 30-year all moving up, and then the bottom end of the curve moving down a bit, with the expectation of more Fed rate cuts following Trump's speeches. Dollar down about 15 BPS on the day, mostly against the pound, a little bit against the yuan and the euro. Commodities pretty flat, not too much movement there. Oil fell a little. Gold and silver pulled back a tiny bit, but copper, iron still moving. Looks like agriculture is still doing all right. Correlation kind of flattened out. Interestingly, didn't pick up in the end of the day with that huge move to the upside. In fact, correlation on the 3-month broke down a little. So that might have just been purely futures buying without any interest in the underlying. Leverage on the top end of the carry trade going into the BOJ decision tonight at 9.13 x. And then down at the short end on the 6 and 3 month, 7.33 and 7.31 respectively. Forward yield on volatility is at -9, so a little step higher than it was at yesterday, but not very significant. It does look like it's turning around a little bit though, and with the rate decision tonight, we might see demand for volatility pick up. Bond vol's probably fairly unchanged or down. We don't really have anything that's going to affect that right now. Skew, I would say, given the amount of put selling we saw today, maybe given the amount of put selling we saw today, we see skew move up. Although for a little bit there, I think we saw more short vol pulling back on those repeated tests of 6100. Breadth did okay today, but I think end of day NASDAQ still, despite its big move into the end of the day, significantly underperformed the broader market. Correlation in vol actually went down a little bit today from 85 high yesterday to 84.50 today, so a little bit more net shorting. Fed fund futures moved up to 0.17. It's not very significant. This, however, is the 10 2-year curve moved up 14.79%, back into the bear steepener. So those inflation fears, especially with Trump's warnings of tariffs, are starting to pick up a little bit, and that's gonna probably freak people the fuck out. Obviously, those are pretty significantly. Those are going to pretty significantly affect like forward inflation expectations. Out here on the daily, we actually have like our first like not gap up day for a little while, and we did get a stronger move up through prior resistance, setting a new high at 61.18. 61.43 is my expected range for an upside move here. We could maybe still see something close to that, but Gamma Max on the weekly chain's at around 129, and that's going to present at least some resistance or end of day resistance. So I think even tomorrow, if Bank of Japan doesn't hike tonight and there's no bearish outcome, and the status quo remains unchanged, probably not going to see too much more performance out of the index here. We're going to need some serious repositioning, and something's going to have to allow Gamma Max to start moving up. Be proud of me, Pickle Man. Did you buy calls? My YOLO 60, 50, 50x. Ha ha ha. 60, 50 piece crash. Bulls can be so awesome sometimes. Nice, dude. End of day song? Sure, if there's one on the thing. But that's about it for today. We're gonna have the quant fireside tonight. We'll be starting that around 10 o'clock. And you guys can all hop in. and we'll have a BOJ rate decision watch party alongside it. Pickle jar after dark. Exactly. What time? 10 p.m. or 9? I guess we'll start at 9. I don't know. What fucking time did we start last week? Anybody remember? Eight? Fuck. Alright, fine. We'll start at 8. Yeah, that's fine. We'll start at 8. 8 sounds good. I'll see you guys there. Later.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
have what?
Look, Dad, it's not.
Where did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Krian. Sit. Good dog.
you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulond.